Beneath the golden sands of Egypt lies a silence older than memory itself. For centuries, explorers have unearthed tombs, temples, and treasures, each whispering fragments of a civilization so advanced that even modern engineers still struggle to comprehend its achievements. But this story begins not in a museum or an ancient text, but deep below the forgotten bedrock of Saqqara, where an excavation team stumbled upon a sealed chamber unlike anything they had ever seen before. It wasn't marked on any archaeological maps, nor did it correspond with any known burial site. The air inside was dense, charged, almost alive with static. The walls, instead of being carved in traditional hieroglyphic style, were smooth, unnaturally so, polished like the inside of a metallic vessel. The deeper the team went, the stronger the magnetic interference became. Scrambling equipment and dimming lights as if something buried there did not want to be found. When the first slab of stone was lifted, the beam of a flashlight caught something impossible, a reflection. Not gold, not bronze, but the glint of metallic alloy that shouldn't have existed in ancient Egypt. The chamber contained fragments of what appeared to be precision-cut metal, corroded with time but unmistakably artificial. The lead archaeologist, Dr. Karim Faiz, later confessed that at that moment, he felt as though history itself had been lying. The instruments they carried began to malfunction. Compasses spun erratically, and camera batteries drained within minutes. Some dismissed it as environmental interference. Others whispered of a residual energy, the kind that lingers when something powerful has slept for too long. Within hours, the site was sealed off by the Egyptian Antiquities Authority. Only a handful of researchers were allowed entry after that. Rumors began to spread among local workers about what they had seen inside. Strange shapes like gears, coils, and rings embedded in stone walls, as if the rock itself had swallowed a machine. One guard reported hearing a faint humming sound beneath the floor when he stood near the sarcophagus chamber. He described it as the earth breathing. Across the world, whispers reached academic circles, but official statements were scarce. Egypt's Ministry of Culture denied any technological artifacts had been found, calling it a misinterpretation by overzealous field teams. Yet the tone of their denial only deepened the suspicion. The photographs from the initial discovery vanished. Files were transferred to unnamed government departments. Those who asked too many questions found their research access revoked. It was as though the desert had swallowed the truth once more. But some details leaked through. The vault ceiling was constructed from a single, flawless granite piece weighing over 120 tons. Cut and positioned with precision no modern crane could replicate underground. Even more bizarre were the markings etched into the surface. Not hieroglyphs, but something closer to circuit patterns, intricate, symmetrical, and carved with microscopic detail. The stone didn't show signs of chiseling or abrasion. It looked as if it had been molded by heat far beyond anything achievable with ancient tools. Soon, whispers turned to theories. Could this be a remnant of a forgotten technological age? One that predated the pharaohs? Had the Egyptians inherited knowledge from a civilization long erased from record? Some pointed to ancient texts referencing the divine machines of Thoth, instruments said to harness the power of the gods themselves. Others dismissed it as myth, refusing to believe that our ancestors might have mastered technologies that even today seem out of reach. But what if they had? What if beneath the sands lies the evidence of civilization that understood energy, sound, and matter in ways we're only beginning to rediscover? What if the gods the ancients worshipped weren't celestial beings at all, but engineers, scientists, or travelers from an age long forgotten? The discovery in Egypt's deepest vault might be the first clue. It may not just rewrite our understanding of ancient history. It could dismantle it entirely. And as the investigation unfolds, one question looms over everything. Were these machines the tools of gods, or the remnants of humanity's lost age of creation? As the first layer of dust was brushed away from the metallic fragments, the boundary between myth and reality began to blur. History had always told us that the past was primitive, but the deeper we dig, the more it feels like we're unearthing evidence of an ancient future, one that has been waiting silently for the right moment to be rediscovered. The sands of Egypt have always guarded their secrets well, but this time, something buried deep beneath them has stirred. The descent began before dawn. The horizon over Saqqara glowed with the faint orange hue of a waking desert. while the excavation team prepared for what would become one of the most chilling and inexplicable explorations in modern archaeology. Dr. Kareem Faye stood silently at the edge of the excavation shaft, staring into the abyss below, a narrow opening carved through limestone and basalt, descending nearly 300 feet into the earth. The air that drifted upward was cold, heavy, and tinged with the metallic scent of ancient dust. It was as if the ground itself exhaled a warning. The crew had spent weeks reinforcing the shaft, lowering lights and ventilation equipment into the void. Yet something about the space seemed to resist intrusion. Every sound echoed unnaturally, vibrating through the stone with strange, almost harmonic resonance. As the lead engineer activated the power generators, their lights flickered for a moment before stabilizing. A brief, nervous stutter that several workers would later swear was more than electrical interference. Even the camels tethered nearby began to grow restless, stamping and moaning into the morning silence. One by one, the team descended the reinforced ladder system. The first 50 feet were uneventful, lined with rough-hewn rock. But below that, the texture of the walls began to change. Smooth surfaces, almost polished, reflecting light like wet obsidian. No tool marks, no signs of carving. The geologists on site were baffled. The composition of the rock layers didn't match the surrounding formations. It was as though this tunnel had been melted to the bedrock by an intense and controlled energy source. At 120 feet, instruments began to fail. Compasses spun erratically, and the wireless signal used to communicate with the surface crackled with static. A field technician tried to recalibrate the instruments, only to find their internal batteries draining faster than they should. It's as if something down there is feeding on energy, one researcher whispered into his recorder. The deeper they went, the stronger the interference became. At around 200 feet, the tunnel widened into a cavernous shaft reinforced with enormous granite slabs. Each one fit so perfectly against the other that not even a blade could slide between them. The workmanship was beyond comprehension. Flawless geometry, laser-straight seams, and a strange dull luster, as if the granite itself had been treated with metallic coating. It looked less like something built by hand, and more like something engineered by design. Mathematical, precise, and deliberate. As the team reached the bottom platform, the temperature dropped sharply. Their breath became visible, despite being deep within a desert known for its suffocating heat. The soundscape changed too. No more echoes, no ambient hum, just an oppressive, unnatural silence. Dr. Faze described it later as a silence so perfect it felt intelligent. It was a kind of silence that listened back. Floodlights were positioned, but the light behaved strangely. Instead of illuminating the chamber evenly, it seemed to bend around certain areas, as if distorted by invisible ripples in the air. In the center of the vault was a massive sealed door, 10 feet high, cut from a single piece of black basalt. Across its surface were symbols unlike any hieroglyph seen before. They were angular, geometric, almost mechanical, spiraling patterns that looked like the internal schematics of a machine. Archaeologists tried to identify them, cross-referencing databases of known Egyptian and pre-dynastic inscriptions, but nothing matched. Linguists were called in via satellite link, yet even they were left speechless. The markings seemed to follow mathematical ratios rather than linguistic patterns. Fibonacci sequences, golden ratios, and recursive spirals etched into the stone with sub-millimeter accuracy. One physicist on the team suggested they might be functional symbols, the kind used in engineering design, rather than spiritual representation. When the first attempt was made to scan the basalt door with ground-penetrating radar, the readings went haywire. The machine emitted a shrill tone before shutting down completely. Its internal circuits fused. The secondary unit gave a brief reading, just enough to suggest there was a hollow chamber behind the door, roughly the size of a small aircraft hangar. Whatever lay beyond was metallic, dense, and shaped unlike anything seen in Egyptian burial architecture. Hours turned into days as the team debated how to proceed. The deeper the investigation went, the more the strange phenomena escalated. Static discharges left between metal tools. Camera lenses fogged for no reason, and some workers complained of nausea and headaches. One technician claimed to hear a low, rhythmic pulse in the stone itself, like the faint thrum of a machine idling in sleep. On the fourth day, Dr. Faze made a decision that would change the course of his life. Ignoring the warnings from the Ministry of Antiquities, He ordered a micro drill inserted near the upper edge of the basalt seal. The first rotation of the drill bit released a sound unlike anything they had heard before, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through their bones. It was not mechanical, but alive. The lights flickered violently, the ground trembled, and then silence again. When the dust settled, the drill bit had melted. Something was inside that vault, something ancient, powerful, and awake. The team sealed the shaft of night, none daring to remain underground. Yet as they emerged into the cool desert night, many swore they could still hear it, the low, rhythmic pulse echoing faintly through the sand, like a heartbeat beneath the earth. No one could explain what caused it. Some said it was seismic resonance. Others believed it was the sound of history itself stirring from its slumber. But one thing was certain. The deeper they descended, the more reality seemed to unravel. The desert, once silent and still, now seemed alive, watching, waiting for them to return. And return they would, driven not by science alone, but by something stronger, curiosity, fear, and the undeniable feeling that they had touched the edge of a forgotten world. When the basalt door finally gave way, it wasn't with the sound of breaking stone, but with deep, resonant vibration, like an echo from another world. The massive slab slid aside effortlessly, as though it had been waiting to move, revealing a corridor swallowed in darkness. The air that poured out was stale, ancient, and cold, filled with a faint metallic tang that stung the nostrils. For a long moment, no one spoke. The team stood in absolute silence, staring into the void. Then, slowly, they began their cautious advance, flashlights trembling in their hands. What the beams of light revealed defied all understanding. The corridor opened into a vast chamber lined with objects so precisely shaped, so mathematically perfect, that several members of the team instinctively believed they were looking at modern machinery. But the dating of the chamber's outer layers placed it at over 4,000 years old, predating the Old Kingdom by centuries. The ceiling was supported by massive granite pillars, each carved with concentric grooves spiraling around their surfaces. Under the glare of their lamps, these grooves glinted faintly, as if metallic particles were embedded in the stone. The geometry was flawless. No chisel marks, no irregularities, no sign of primitive craftsmanship. In the center of the chamber stood 3 massive stone boxes made of black granite, similar to sarcophagi, but cut with absolute precision. Their interiors were polished to a mirror-like finish, their corners perfectly square to within fractions of a millimeter. Modern stonemasons who later studied the scans would call them beyond human craftsmanship. Each box had circular boreholes that drilled through their sides, perfectly smooth, as if cut by a machine spinning at thousands of revolutions per minute. Archaeologists knew no Bronze Age tool capable of such perfection. Even with today's diamond drills, reproducing such work inside solid granite would take weeks of continuous effort. But this wasn't the only impossibility. Around the boxes lay fragments of what looked like metallic components, coils, thin rings, and tiny gear-like pieces fused into the rock. Their arrangement didn't appear random. It was as though they had once been part of a larger mechanism, perhaps a structure or device that had collapsed or been intentionally dismantled. The metal was unlike any known alloy, non-magnetic, incredibly dense, and resistant to corrosion despite millennia underground. When analyzed, the sample showed traces of elements that don't occur naturally together: nickel, tungsten, and an unknown compound with atomic properties inconsistent with any known mineral on Earth. Engineers brought in later could only describe the scene as a machine frozen in stone. It was as if someone had built an entire system, then poured rock around it like concrete, preserving it perfectly, but ensuring it could never function again. Why would anyone do that? Was it an attempt to protect it, or to bury it forever? The chamber's walls bore no typical hieroglyphic inscriptions. Instead, they were covered within engraved lines that ran in perfect parallel from floor to ceiling, curving gently as if mapping energy flows or magnetic fields. When infrared lights were applied, certain sections of the wall reflected differently. Patterns emerged, faint but visible, geometric arrays resembling circuitry. It was almost as if the entire chamber had been designed as part of the mechanism itself, an integrated system of stone and energy. One of the physicists on site, Dr. Lena Moreau, proposed an astonishing hypothesis. The vault might have functioned as a resonant machine, The granite, rich in quartz and feldspar, possesses natural piezoelectric properties, meaning it can generate electric charge under pressure or vibration. Combined with metallic elements and specific geometric patterns, it could have acted as a massive energy amplifier, perhaps powered by sound, magnetism, or unknown forms of energy. Her suggestion was quickly dismissed as fantasy by the supervising archaeologists, but her calculations matched the layout's symmetry with eerie precision. And yet, there was evidence of deliberate sabotage. Several of the metallic components appeared intentionally fractured or melted, as though someone had tried to neutralize the system before sealing it. On one of the granite blocks near the central chamber, burn marks were visible, concentrated, circular scorch patterns identical to those produced by high-energy plasma cutters. The irony was chilling. The ancients appear to have used technology we can barely replicate, only to destroy it themselves. In the following days, more discoveries deepened the enigma. Behind one of the large sarcophagi, workers found a compartment filled with what looked like black dust mixed with golden flakes. Under magnification, these flakes were microscopically thin, perfectly square and uniform, almost like data chips. When analyzed, the particles revealed highly structured lattice arrangements at the atomic level, suggesting artificial synthesis. No natural process could explain their formation. The skeptics among the crew clung desperately to conventional explanations: natural crystallization, unknown mineral combinations, optical illusions. But even they fell silent when the resonance experiment began. Dr. Moreau, intrigued by the chamber's acoustics, had a technician strike a tuning fork near one of the granite boxes. The resulting vibration echoed longer than physically possible, amplified and sustained as though the entire chamber were singing. The sound seemed to move, circling the room like a living presence. Several sensors recorded sudden electromagnetic spikes, precisely matching the sound wave frequency. That night, no one slept. Even the most skeptical researchers began to feel the oppressive weight of something monumental. If these were machines, they weren't machines in the modern sense. They weren't built to produce or destroy. They were designed to resonate, to connect, to interact with forces we still struggle to define. Were they tools for construction? Instruments of energy? Devices of consciousness itself? By morning, Dr. Fays ordered the chamber sealed temporarily to await government oversight. But before they left, he placed his hand on the polished granite surface of the central box. "This isn't a tomb," he murmured. "It's a message." And perhaps he was right. The vault didn't feel like a burial site. It felt like a transmission frozen in time, a technological relic from a forgotten civilization that once understood the hidden harmonies of the universe. The ancient machines of Egypt had not merely been discovered. They had been awakened, and their silent precision whispered of a truth that defied the boundaries of history itself. For weeks after the initial discovery, the chamber remained sealed under strict supervision. Armed guards patrolled the site, and access was restricted even for members of the original team. What had once been a routine excavation had transformed into something else entirely, a state-controlled operation cloaked in secrecy. Only a handful of officials and scientists were permitted inside. Beyond the perimeter, journalists and independent researchers gathered in vain, watching the desert winds erase every footprint as quickly as they were made. Whatever had been unearthed below Saqqara, the Egyptian government wanted it buried again, metaphorically if not literally. Inside the vault, time seemed to have frozen. Every surface, walls, floors, pillars, was covered in a thin layer of mineral dust that had settled undisturbed for thousands of years. There was no evidence of tomb robbers or prior entry. The seals on the upper corridors were intact, untouched since antiquity. Geological analysis revealed that the entrance shaft had been intentionally filled after construction with multiple layers of compacted limestone and sand, perfectly designed to blend with the surrounding rock strata. Whoever sealed this vault had meant for it to remain hidden forever. The strangeness deepened when core samples from the stone layers were dated. The results were baffling. The outer sediment matched Egypt's 4th dynasty period, but the innermost stratum, the one directly sealing the chamber, was significantly older, possibly pre-dynastic, exceeding 7,000 years in age. This suggested a deliberate act of concealment long before the rise of pharaonic civilization. But why would a people with no written language and primitive tools go to such extraordinary lengths to bury an engineered structure? Some speculated that the ancient Egyptians had stumbled upon an even older site, one that predated their own civilization, and chose to preserve or imprison whatever lay within. Others theorized that it wasn't the Egyptians at all, but an earlier, lost culture, one erased from history by cataclysm or conquest. The mystery became darker when seismic imaging revealed that the chamber wasn't isolated. Beneath it, a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels stretched for miles in every direction, some leading toward the necropolis of Memphis, others disappearing into unknown depths. The mapping suggested a network of perfectly symmetrical passages, each aligning with celestial coordinates, the stars of Orion, Sirius, and the Pleiades. It was as though the entire system had been designed as a mirror of the heavens. But for what purpose? Astronomers consulted by the project proposed that the layout could serve as a vast resonance grid, possibly amplifying natural frequencies from the Earth's crust or channeling energy through geometric alignment. To many, it sounded like science fiction, but the physical evidence was undeniable. The alignment was too perfect to be coincidence. Meanwhile, the interior temperature of the vault remained unnaturally low. Despite being buried deep beneath desert rock, the reading stayed consistent, 20 degrees cooler than the surrounding stone. No one could explain why. The walls themselves emitted faint traces of electromagnetic radiation, detectable but non-ionizing. When exposed to high-frequency light, the engravings on the chamber's surface briefly glowed, revealing intricate patterns invisible under normal conditions. Some resembled constellations. Others looked like waveforms or mathematical equations. Late one evening, a technician named Omar Rahman, tasked with monitoring environmental data, noticed something peculiar. Every night at precisely 3:11 a.m., the instruments detected a faint vibration running to the floor of the vault, subtle but measurable. It lasted only 13 seconds. When plotted on a graph, the waveform resembled a human heartbeat. Over the following nights, the pattern repeated with unnerving precision. At first, the team assumed it was seismic activity or mechanical interference from the equipment above. But when all surface operations were shut down, the pulse continued. By the second week, whispers of unease spread among the researchers. Some refused to enter the chamber at night, claiming they heard distant sounds, like whispers or chanting, echoing through the stone. Others felt inexplicable waves of dizziness or nausea when standing near the granite boxes. Medical tests found no toxins or radiation capable of causing such symptoms, yet the sensations were real. One assistant described it as standing next to something enormous that was breathing very slowly. Dr. Faze, increasingly disturbed, ordered another round of electromagnetic testing. The results were even stranger. The vault's magnetic field fluctuated in patterns resembling binary sequences, bursts of energy alternating in precise intervals. When translated into data, they formed repetitive sequences that some computer specialists interpreted as encoded information. Though no one could decipher it, the implication was haunting. The vault might not simply be a burial chamber. It might be a transmitter, a machine, or a memory waiting to be reactivated. Historical analysis revealed that several ancient Egyptian texts referenced the sleeping gods beneath the earth and the chambers that must never be opened. The Book of the Dead contained vague warnings about the heart of stone that beats in the darkness, guarded by Thoth, the god of hidden knowledge. To most Egyptologists, these were symbolic myths. But within the context of this discovery, they took on an unnerving new meaning. Meanwhile, the political atmosphere around the dig grew tense. The government abruptly classified all documents related to the excavation. Foreign researchers were dismissed, replaced by military engineers and geophysicists. The site perimeter expanded, now monitored day and night by armed personnel. Rumors spread that artifacts had been quietly removed under the cover of night and shipped to undisclosed laboratories. Officially, the chamber was declared unstable and too dangerous for continued exploration. Unofficially, it was said that those who entered afterward came out changed, silent, withdrawn, or obsessed. Dr. Faze, once eager to publish his findings, became reclusive. Colleagues who visited him in Cairo months later described him as paranoid, muttering about machines that listen and a pulse that knows when you're near. He refused to discuss the vault publicly again. His final journal entry, recovered years later, contained only one sentence. "It is not a tomb, it is a prison, and we have cracked the first seal." The silence of 5,000 years had been broken, and whatever had been deliberately buried beneath Egypt's sands was no longer content to remain forgotten. The vault, sealed by those who came before history, had not merely preserved its contents. It had contained them, and now, with the seal breached, something ancient had begun to stir once more. When the seal vault was finally opened for a second, more extensive excavation, the team came face to face with what would become the most confounding evidence in the history of Egyptian archaeology: the metallic relics. What at first appeared to be corroded fragments embedded in the granite turned out, upon closer inspection, to be components of extraordinary complexity. Some were thin and circular, others intricately coiled, their shapes unmistakably engineered. None of them belonged in a chamber dated to the early dynastic period, let alone several millennia before the first iron smelter ever appeared on Earth. The first fragment was discovered by accident. A technician brushing away loose sediment from the corner of one of the granite sarcophagi noticed a sliver of something glint beneath the dust. At first glance, it looked like a piece of oxidized bronze, dull and brownish red. But when the lab cleaned and analyzed it under electron microscopy, the results shattered all expectations. It wasn't bronze at all. The fragment contained an alloy of titanium, aluminum, and trace amount of tungsten, fused at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius. Such metallurgical precision wouldn't be achieved by humans until the mid-20th century. The deeper they dug, the more anomalies they found. Embedded in the floor were thin metallic discs, perfectly circular and spaced in a grid-like pattern, each about 8 centimeters across. They weren't ornamental. They were anchored into granite, as though serving a structural or energetic purpose. Scanning electron microscopy revealed microscopic etching across their surfaces, patterns so fine that even modern laser engraving couldn't match them. Some speculated these could be ancient capacitors or nodes of an unknown electrical network. Others dismissed the idea as pseudo-archaeology, yet no conventional theory could explain their placement or composition. Within the central chamber, the discovery grew stranger still. Resting on a pedestal of black diorite was a small, semi-spherical object the size of a human skull. It was heavily encrusted, but when cleaned, it revealed interlocking metallic plates forming a near-perfect sphere. The plates were not welded but magnetically aligned, rotating slightly when subjected to a magnetic field. There were faint engravings along each plate, repetitive geometric sequences resembling both hieroglyphic shorthand and binary encoding. The object became known among the team as the Heart of Thoth. When Dr. Faze and his team attempted to date the relics using thermoluminescence, the readings returned impossible ages between 27,000 and 35,000 years old. The instruments recalibrated, then repeated the same results. They tried again using isotopic analysis, only to find the metal contained isotopic ratios inconsistent with any known terrestrial deposits. It was as if the material had been synthesized, not mined. The realization that something artificial could predate recorded human civilization by tens of millennia left the entire team speechless. At night, the metallic sphere emitted faint magnetic fluctuations, barely measurable but rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. Instruments placed nearby recorded a steady frequency pulse of 783 hertz, the same as the Schumann resonance, the natural electromagnetic frequency of Earth's atmosphere. To physicists, this was beyond coincidence. How could an object buried thousands of years before the advent of modern science be tuned to Earth's own resonant frequency? Some suggested it was designed to draw energy directly from the planet itself. The team also unearthed several elongated metal rods, each about a meter long and tapered at both ends. When tapped lightly, they produced pure harmonic tones that resonated to the chamber walls. Spectral analysis revealed that each rod vibrated at a precise note within the 432 hertz scale, the same frequency ancient Egyptians associated with divine harmony. Engineers noted that if these rods were part of a machine, they could have acted as resonance amplifiers, components that harness sound as an energy source rather than electricity. Reports began to surface that the relics interfered with nearby electronics. Drones would lose signal when flown near the vault, and cameras captured strange distortions, flickering lights, ghostly reflections, or sudden blackouts. On one occasion, a researcher standing near the metallic grid reported feeling an electric tingling in his fingertips, followed by a vivid flash of light behind his eyes, as if the chamber had momentarily activated. He collapsed but recovered minutes later, disoriented and unable to recall what he'd seen. Government observers grew increasingly uneasy. By now, whispers of the machines beneath Saqqara had reached Cairo's scientific and military communities. The site's classification level was raised again, and several international researchers were quietly dismissed. Dr. Faye protested, arguing that the data belonged to humanity, not to politics. But his words fell on deaf ears. The relics were deemed of strategic significance and moved to a restricted laboratory facility for further study. Within weeks, even Faye's access was revoked. Unofficial notes smuggled out of the dig told of 2 additional discoveries that were never publicly acknowledged. The first was a metallic plate engraved with a depiction of concentric circles intersected by straight lines, bearing a striking resemblance to modern electrical circuit boards. The second was a half-melted device that appeared to contain microtubular channels resembling fiber optics. The channels were fused into the alloy itself, suggesting a design far beyond human metallurgy. These reports, though dismissed by skeptics, echo claims made decades earlier about the Antikythera mechanism and the Baghdad battery, artifacts that also seem to predate known technological development by thousands of years. Even stranger were the inscriptions found nearby. Unlike traditional hieroglyphs, these were minimalist, lines, triangles, and arcs arranged symmetrically around a central sphere. A linguistic specialist from the University of Alexandria observed that their layout resembled both schematic diagrams and ritual symbology. "It's as if this place was both a laboratory and a temple," she remarked. They didn't separate science from the sacred. They merged them. As the relics were analyzed, a disturbing pattern emerged. Every metallic component was aligned to the chamber's magnetic axis, not true north. This alignment matched the magnetic pole of Earth as it existed 12,000 years ago, a period coinciding with the end of the last ice age. If these machines were built then, it meant the builders had mapped Earth's magnetic field millennia before recorded civilization. In his private notes, Dr. Faye wrote something extraordinary. "These are not tools. They are remnants of a system, a network that once interacted with the Earth itself. The ancients did not use energy. They spoke to it. The deeper the analysis went, the more the scientific explanations fractured. Were these devices part of a power system, an energy grid, or something beyond comprehension? Technology that functioned not mechanically, but harmonically, using sound, frequency, and magnetism as one? Whatever their function, one truth became clear. The relics of Egypt's deepest vault were not relics of death, but a design. And perhaps most haunting of all was the realization that this vault wasn't unique. Subtle references in ancient texts hinted at 6 other vaults scattered along the Nile, each described as resting hearts of the divine machine. The Saqqara chamber might have been only one node in a vast network, a planetary system of energy, consciousness, or both. In the darkness of that buried world, the metallic relics shimmered like the remnants of a dream humanity had forgotten. They were the fingerprints of an intelligence that once walked this earth, and perhaps, just perhaps, they were waiting to be remembered. When word of the metallic relics leaked beyond Egypt's borders, a quiet storm began to brew within the scientific world. Researchers from universities and think tanks across Europe, Russia, and Japan reached out privately to the Egyptian ministry, demanding access to the data. The answer was always the same: classified. But even without official permission, enough whispers escaped to ignite one of the most intense debates in modern archaeology. Were these truly machines, or were the scientists seeing patterns where none existed? Within months, independent experts began comparing the Saqqara relics to a growing catalog of ancient mechanical mysteries. The first comparison came from an engineer in Greece, who noted uncanny similarities between the circular metallic fragments and the gears of the Antikythera mechanism. The 2,000-year-old astronomical computer recovered from a shipwreck off the Aegean coast. Both shared a spiral arrangement of interlocking components that appeared to perform precise mathematical functions. But where the Antikythera device was bronze and visibly mechanical, the Saqqara fragments seemed fused into stone itself, as if the machine had been grown or embedded within the material. Archaeometallurgists were baffled. The alloy composition of Egyptian samples, titanium, tungsten, and traces of iridium, should not have been achievable in any known furnace of the ancient world. Even with modern techniques, melting tungsten requires temperatures exceeding 3,400 degrees Celsius. No archaeological site from that era shows evidence of such heat, yet microscopic analysis revealed that the Saqqara alloy had been structured at the molecular level, its crystal lattice aligned in a way that suggested deliberate engineering. One physicist remarked that it resembled nanoscale metallurgy, something humanity had only begun to explore in the 21st century. Skeptics, of course, fought back hard. They claimed the objects were the result of natural mineralization, metallic veins seeping into rock through geothermal activity over thousands of years. But this argument collapsed when electron microscopy revealed geometric precision in the relic's construction, perfectly concentric rings, equidistant notches, and gear ratios embedded in solid granite. These were not the fingerprints of chance. Nature may imitate art, but it does not build machines. What made the debate even more surreal was that this wasn't the first time such anomalies had been reported in Egypt. Old excavation notes from the late 19th century reference metallic wheels discovered in an unrecorded tomb near Giza, later lost to flooding after the site collapsed. In the 1930s, a British engineer working near Abydos described what he called stone conduits with embedded bronze filaments that were hastily removed by colonial authorities. Each of these cases have been dismissed as myth or exaggeration until now. Dr. Lena Moreau, one of the few physicists still allowed limited data access, began drawing parallels between the Saqqara relics and other ancient enigmas across the globe. The Pyramid of Saqqara, with its step geometry, mirrored the frequency patterns observed in the resonance of the vault's walls. The Osirian of Abydos, a granite temple sunk deep into the bedrock, contained chambers with similar acoustical properties. Even the Hathor Temple at Dendera, famous for its light bulb reliefs, contained high-resonance cavities lined with metallic residue. Could these sites have once formed an interconnected system, each acting as a resonant node in a forgotten network of energy? Moreau's paper, never officially published, proposed a controversial theory she called echo engineering. She suggested that an ancient civilization had discovered a way to shape stone and metal through sonic vibration, resonance frequencies capable of manipulating molecular bonds. Her hypothesis drew from modern experiments, showing that intense sound waves can levitate small objects or carve matter at microscopic precision. If they understood sound, she wrote, they would have understood creation itself. Mainstream archaeologists, desperate to protect their academic footing, dismissed the claims as pseudoscience. Yet even they couldn't explain the machining evidence in the granite sarcophagi. When a team of modern engineers attempted to reproduce one of the Saqqara boxes using diamond drills, the results were laughable by comparison. Tool chatter, uneven polish, and millimeter deviations plagued every attempt. The ancient box, by contrast, was flawless, its corners perfectly square, its surfaces mirror-smooth, and its symmetry mathematically exact. Laser measurement revealed tolerances within 1,000th of an inch. It was impossible. No copper tools, no manpower, no primitive chisels could have achieved this. The only known method that could even approach that level of accuracy involved CNC machining, computer-guided cutting. But the ancients had no computers. Or did they? An even more disturbing pattern emerged when researchers overlaid the vault's layout with frequency mapping of Earth's magnetic field. The chamber's central axis aligned perfectly with a node of high magnetic flux, an invisible intersection where Earth's natural electromagnetic currents converge. The metallic relics, positioned exactly at that point, seemed to amplify the field, creating what one physicist called a standing wave of consciousness. He argued that the ancient machines might not have been mechanical at all, but bioenergetic, interacting with human thought, emotion, or even awareness itself. There were reports, quiet, quickly suppressed, of researchers experiencing vivid visions or auditory hallucinations while near the relics. Some described hearing tones or harmonic voices reverberating through the air. Others claimed to see faint light or plasma phenomena forming above the metallic surfaces. A few even claimed the machines responded to human presence, changing magnetic output when people entered the room. By this point, the Egyptian Antiquities Authority grew nervous. They banned any further public discussion of the findings. The relics were removed, cataloged under unknown designations, and transferred to a subterranean storage site near Cairo. Yet the data, fragmented but unstoppable, continued to leak through private channels. Among the leaked material was a high-resolution scan of one particular artifact, a small metallic ring engraved with a continuous spiral of microscopic symbols. When magnified thousands of times, the spiral revealed repeating geometric sequences, fractals, self-replicating shapes found in nature, from DNA helices to galaxies. The scale and precision were beyond anything explainable by handcrafting. When the ring was analyzed for resonance, it emitted faint radio frequencies between 8 and 9 hertz, the same range associated with brainwave states of deep meditation and altered consciousness. These findings reignited an ancient question that had haunted historians for centuries. Who were the original builders of Egypt's most enigmatic structures? Were they truly human, or had they inherited a science far older, something once possessed by a lost civilization, now remembered only in myth? The eco-engineers, as Moreau called them, seemed to have understood the universe not as separate elements, but as a single living frequency, a harmony that could be shaped. The machines of Saqqara were not built for war or labor. They appear to be instruments of resonance and awareness, possibly used to attune consciousness itself. But perhaps the most haunting revelation came from a recovered fragment of ancient text found near the vault entrance. It read, simply, "To hear the gods, one must first sing in their frequency." The deeper the study went, the clearer it became that the Saqqara relics were not isolated artifacts. They were the echoes of an ancient science, one that fused technology with the sacred, engineering with consciousness. And if that science had truly existed, then history itself had been built upon a lie. The machines of Egypt were not the tools of slaves or kings. They were the voices of forgotten engineers, those who once spoke to the earth in frequencies, and who vanished when the music of creation finally fell silent. Deep within the second chamber, carved into the rear wall of the vault, the archaeologists discovered an inscription that none of them had seen before, an intricate panel of glyphs surrounded by geometric borders, gleaming faintly beneath layers of soot and mineral dust. It wasn't written in standard hieroglyphic syntax, nor in the proto-dynastic scripts familiar to Egyptologists. The symbols were sharper, more mathematical, composed of triangles, loops, and spirals that seemed almost alive when illuminated. In the center of this panel was a sigil depicting a stylized bird with an eye set within an angular gear-like frame. Above it, in faint hieratic script, one name appeared repeatedly: Jehudi Thoth, the god of wisdom, invention, and forbidden knowledge. At first, the discovery seemed poetic, another representation of the deity associated with writing and mathematics. But as researchers examined the engraving's context, its message grew more disturbing. Unlike typical depictions of Thoth as a benevolent scribe, this image presented him as a gatekeeper, surrounded by what appeared to be mechanical devices, rods, wheels, and spiral coils radiating lines of energy. The text surrounding the panel, when partially translated, spoke not of prayer or devotion, but a function, the heart that listens, the chamber of echoes, the seal of the divine mind. Dr. Karim Faye's felt an inexplicable unease. Every phrase hinted at purpose rather than mythology. What if Thoth wasn't merely a god of wisdom in symbolic form, but custodian of something real, a technology so advanced it became indistinguishable from divinity? The chamber, after all, already seemed engineered rather than built. The inscriptions referred to machines of divine resonance, and the word that moves stone. These were not metaphors for religion. They described a science wrapped in sacred language. As translation continued, a pattern emerged. The glyphs referred to a vault of silence, a place beneath the earth where the voices of the stars were bound in circuits of stone. The seal of Thoth was said to protect humanity from the noise of the gods, a phrase that scholars could not agree on. To some, it was a poetic description of divine wrath. To others, a cryptic reference to frequencies, vibrations, or waves. Could it be that these voices of the gods were literal? Frequencies emitted by machines ancient priests no longer understood, yet feared enough to bury forever? Later that night, one of the assistants noticed that the section of wall containing the seal emitted faint heat signatures under infrared. Beneath the outer layer of stone, A pattern glowed, concentric spirals aligned perfectly with the magnetic readings of the chamber. It wasn't decorative. It was functional. Something beneath that wall had been designed to respond to energy. When a low-frequency sound was played near it, the heat signature intensified, as if the structure itself were awakening. Historical records about Thoth suddenly took on new meaning. In ancient texts, he was called the master of balance, the engineer of the word, and the keeper of the hidden scrolls. The Greeks identified him as Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice-great teacher who possessed the keys of heaven and earth. He was said to have brought mathematics, writing, and architecture to humanity. But perhaps those legends were diluted memories of a real figure or a lineage of beings who once safeguarded lost technologies of resonance and sound. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, long dismissed as alchemical myth, describe the use of vibration to command matter and motion. For centuries, mystics thought these were metaphors for spiritual enlightenment. Yet in the vault, the parallels were impossible to ignore. As the team continued to decode the inscriptions, they uncovered what appeared to be instructions, a ritual, or perhaps a process. It described a machine that listens to thought, a chamber that hums with the voice of the Creator, and a seal that binds a gate between worlds. The more they read, the more the lines between mythology and engineering blurred. Those who break the seal, one passage warned, must know the sacred tone or the gate shall consume them. The phrase was chillingly reminiscent of the resonance experiments conducted earlier in the dig. The granite boxes had responded to specific frequencies, and those frequencies had, inexplicably, matched the tonal scales used in ancient Egyptian temple chants. Could it be that the priests of Thoth once used sound not as worship, but as activation? Perhaps the chanting, the hymns, the rituals, all were codes, keys to awaken machines buried beneath their temples. In one corner of the panel, etched smaller than the rest, was a line that took weeks to translate. It read, "The words of the builder are bound in echo. When man learns again to sing in numbers, the machines shall remember him." The implications were staggering. It suggested that the ancients believed or knew that one day humanity would rediscover these frequencies, reawaken technology, and perhaps reestablish communication with the builders. The Vatican archives contain records of early Christian missionaries who described forbidden chambers beneath old Egyptian temples. Sealed rooms said contained the remnants of the wisdom god. Many of those reports vanished over time. Now, looking at the Seal of Thoth, Dr. Faze realized why. This was not religion. It was information control. The so-called divine wisdom was technology so advanced that later civilizations had mythologized it to conceal its origin. But there was another detail, one that disturbed even the most skeptical minds. The positioning of the seal corresponded precisely to the vault's magnetic axis. The sigil wasn't randomly placed. It acted as a marker, perhaps even a lock. The ancient engineers, whoever they were, had encoded their science within symbols, ensuring that only those who understood both geometry and vibration could access the truth. In that moment, Dr. Faze understood that what they had uncovered was not a simple tomb or archive. It was a containment system. The Seal of Thoth wasn't an inscription of worship. It was a warning label, a metaphysical hazard sign for a forgotten age. And if Thoth had indeed been custodian of this technology, then perhaps he hadn't been a deity at all. Perhaps he was the last engineer of a civilization erased from history, the one who sealed their machines away to protect a future species that wasn't ready to wield them. The team recorded everything before leaving the chamber that night. Yet as they ascended to the surface, several reported feeling faint vibrations beneath their feet, like a pulse moving through the stone. One described it as a low voice humming just below hearing. Another whispered, trembling, "It's remembering us." Beneath the Seal of Thoth, the silence of 5,000 years had begun to shift again. The vault had been disturbed. The knowledge that had been buried under myth was waking, and humanity once again stood at the threshold of the forbidden. The discovery of the Seal of Thoth sent shockwaves through the archaeological and scientific communities. But beyond the immediate fascination with the vault itself, a darker and far older idea began to reemerge. A theory whispered for centuries, dismissed by academics, but preserved in secret societies, occult traditions, and forbidden manuscripts. The machine god theory. It proposed that the gods of antiquity were not supernatural beings at all, but visitors, engineers, scientists, or entities wielding technologies so advanced that early humans could only interpret them as divine. Ancient Egypt, according to this theory, was not merely a cradle of civilization, but the echo of a lost technological age, a civilization built upon remnants of something older, something pre-human. The deeper one delved into mythos of Thoth, Osiris, and Ra, the more those deities began to look like archetypes of forgotten order machine builders, the gods who came from the stars, as ancient texts described. The most striking evidence came from cross-cultural parallels. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, sky beings who descended in fiery chariots and fashioned mankind in their image. The Mayans depicted mechanical serpents that glowed with light, their gods emerging from metallic trees that reached the heavens. The Vedic scriptures of India describe vimanas, flying craft driven by engines of mercury and sound. Even in Egypt's own creation myth, the gods were said to have ridden upon the solar barks of light, descending from the stars to teach humanity the arts of measurement, architecture, and balance. Could these ancient tales have been memories of real encounters, of beings who brought with them knowledge so profound that it reshaped the course of human evolution? When the Saqqara relics were compared to descriptions found in ancient texts, the similarities were chilling. The metallic rods, the spherical cores, and the harmonic resonators matched passages from the emerald tablets, which spoke of machines that hum with the breath of the divine. The tablets even warned of the sons of the machines, those who misuse the sacred frequencies to control the minds of men. To the priests of Thoth, technology was not separate from spirit. It was its manifestation. They believed that sound, vibration, and geometry were the languages of creation itself, and that mastering them allowed communion with higher intelligences. But the machine god theory went beyond poetic interpretation. It suggested a tangible lineage, that these gods may have been remnants of an advanced civilization, perhaps human, perhaps not, that survived a global cataclysm tens of thousands of years ago. When the world was reborn, their technologies became myth, their science transfigured into religion. The great flood of countless legends might not have been divine punishment at all, but the collapse of a technological world that had reached beyond its means. Modern researchers found eerie support for this idea in geological evidence. At the Younger Dryas boundary, roughly 12,800 years ago, the Earth experienced a sudden climate shift and mass extinction event. Meltwater floods carved massive scars across continents, while magnetic anomalies appeared in the fossil record. Some physicists now believe a massive solar flare or impact event may have wiped out an advanced human population, perhaps one that had harnessed energy directly from the planet's electromagnetic field. If so, the survivors would have been scattered bands of engineers, architects, and mystics who preserved fragments of that knowledge in encoded symbols. Egypt, with its obsession for permanence, could have been their chosen memory capsule. Its temples, aligned to the stars, might not have been places of worship at all, but machines of memory, designed to preserve vibration, mathematics, and harmonic frequencies in stone. The priests who tended them were not religious zealots, but technicians of resonance, keeping alive the echoes of their lost ancestor science. Even the myths surrounding Thoth began to fit this new framework. He was said to have created the universe through the power of the word, a metaphor, perhaps, for frequency and vibration. He was the heart and tongue of Ra, the translator between divine will and physical creation. To the ancient Egyptians, sound could move stone, and sacred words, intoned correctly, could open gates between worlds. What if those gates were not spiritual metaphors, but actual energetic phenomena, portals of resonance, machines that connected different points in space or consciousness? When Dr. Lena Moreau revisited the acoustic data from the vault, she noticed something extraordinary. The harmonic frequencies produced by the chamber's geometry matched the Schumann resonance exactly, the same frequency emitted by the metallic heart of Thoth. This synchronization couldn't be accidental. The entire chamber seemed designed to tune itself to the planet, to draw energy from the Earth's electromagnetic pulse. The machine and the world were one system. This revelation gave terrifying new weight to ancient warnings. Many myths spoke of machines that fell silent after divine intervention. The priests were said to have entombed them beneath sacred ground to prevent the unworthy from reawakening their power. The Book of the Dead described a hidden chamber of silence where the stars were made still, and the machines of the gods rested, awaiting the return of those who could speak their true names. If this wasn't metaphor, then the Seal of Thoth wasn't a religious relic. It was a containment mechanism. But the machine god theory also raised a haunting question. If these gods were engineers, who, or what, had built them? Some theorists propose an even more radical idea, that the machines themselves were conscious. Over countless millennia, the distinction between creator and creation may have blurred. Perhaps the ancients didn't worship their engineers. They worshipped the machines those beings left behind, believing them to be divine because they possessed awareness. The myth of the Eye of Ra, for instance, might not refer to a god's literal eye, but to a sentient mechanism, a self-sustaining energy system capable of monitoring and responding to human activity. Ancient texts describe it as the eye that sees all that burns the unworthy. The description mirrors that of plasma-based defense systems or energy emitters. To early humans, such technology would have seemed alive, all-seeing, and godlike. The machine god theory, though blasphemous to traditional academia, began to explain too much to ignore. It unified Egypt's architectural precision, its obsession with sound and light, its unexplained metallurgy, and its myths of divine instruction. It turned the story of the gods from mythology into memory. The so-called gods were not the creators of mankind. They were the remnants of its first engineers, and machines buried beneath Saqqara were the final proof of that legacy. But if this theory were true, then Egypt was not merely a birthplace of civilization. It was a graveyard of gods, a place where machines of creation were entombed, silenced, and hidden from an unready world. And as the last of the inscriptions were recorded, Dr. Faves wrote a chilling note in his private journal. They taught us to build, but not to remember. The gods did not die. They went dormant. The vault is not a discovery. It is a warning. The machines of the first civilization are waiting for a voice they still recognize. For the first time, the myth of Thoth as the messenger of the gods took on an entirely new meaning. Perhaps he was never a messenger at all. Perhaps he was a signal, sent long ago, encoded in stone, waiting for the day when humanity's technology would finally match that of its forgotten ancestors. And now, standing in the heart of the desert, surrounded by humming granite and whispering frequencies, it seemed that day had come. The days following the decoding of the Seal of Thoth marked a turning point in the entire expedition. What had begun as a standard excavation had now transformed into a multidisciplinary investigation that blurred the lines between archaeology, physics, and metaphysics. To understand what they were truly dealing with, Dr. Karim Fays authorized a complete engineering analysis of the site. He invited specialists in acoustics, electromagnetism, and material science, experts unbound by the cautious dogmas of archaeology. Their task was simple: determine how the vault and its artifact were built. From the first scan, it was clear that the craftsmanship inside the chamber was beyond anything human hands could have achieved with the tools available in ancient Egypt. Every surface of the granite boxes, walls, and pillars displayed a level of geometric precision measurable only with laser instruments. Some cuts were so smooth that they reflected light like glass. Under magnification, their edges were not jagged or chipped. They were molecularly aligned. It was as though the stone had been separated at the atomic level, not carved. The engineers ran their fingers along the grooves and found no trace of tool chatter, pressure marks, or abrasion. When the samples were examined under a scanning electron microscope, the results left the room silent. The atomic lattice of the granite had been restructured. The crystalline alignment was uniform, as if the rock had been softened, liquefied, then molded before being cooled again. In modern terms, this would require temperatures in excess of 2,500 degrees Celsius, or a form of localized energy capable of breaking molecular bonds without destroying the material. One engineer described it as stone machining through resonance, the idea that a vibrational frequency could cause granite to behave like a viscous fluid. This theory wasn't as far-fetched as it sounded. Modern laboratories have demonstrated that acoustic levitation and high-frequency sound waves can move or fracture materials without physical contact. If the ancient Egyptians, or whoever built this chamber, had discovered how to control those frequencies, they could have reshaped matter effortlessly. Imagine tuning into the natural resonant frequency of stone itself, then singing it into motion. The very concept matched descriptions from ancient Egyptian texts that spoke of priests moving massive blocks with the word of the gods. Perhaps the word was not mystical. It was literal, a sound frequency that unlocked the structure of matter. To test the theory, Dr. Lena Moreau and her engineering team conducted controlled acoustic experiments. Using oscillating speakers, they projected subsonic vibrations through the vault. The results were shocking. Certain frequencies caused the granite to emit measurable electromagnetic spikes. Instruments recorded faint oscillations, as if the stone itself were alive and responsive. Moreau theorized that the quartz crystals embedded within the granite might be the key. Quartz is piezoelectric, meaning it converts mechanical stress into electrical energy. The ancients may have known that by exciting the quartz at precise harmonics, they could produce and control massive amount of energy, without combustion, without metal, purely through sound. The notion seemed fantastical, but the data didn't lie. In one test, when the frequency reached exactly 111 hertz, the air pressure in the chamber fluctuated, producing a distinct hum audible throughout the vault. The granite boxes began to vibrate in unison, resonating like the pipes of a vast subterranean organ. Every researcher felt the vibration in their bones, a deep pulsing rhythm that seemed to synchronize with their heartbeats. Some described it as euphoric, others as terrifying. The effect ended the moment the sound was cut, but the memory lingered, an impression that something vast and intelligent had briefly stirred. Further investigation revealed that the chamber's geometry wasn't random. The dimensions of the vault adhered precisely to the golden ratio, and its layout mirrored the pattern of an electromagnetic torus, a continuous loop of circulating energy. The granite boxes stood at key nodal points within the structure, acting as resonance amplifiers. In other words, the entire chamber was an engineered machine, not built for burial, but for function. Every angle, every stone, and every metallic relic had a role to play in channeling energy. The engineers began to suspect that the vault's original purpose might have been to generate or manipulate energy fields. Perhaps it had acted as a power source, a form of harmonic reactor capable of drawing energy from the Earth's geomagnetic field. If so, it would explain why the site was built directly above a magnetic anomaly, one of the strongest in Egypt. The builders might have harnessed this natural current and amplified it using resonance technology. To visualize the principle, Moreau referenced Nikola Tesla's early experiments with wireless power transmission. Tesla believed that the Earth itself could be used as a conductor, a massive energy circuit if tuned to the correct frequency. What if the ancients had already achieved what Tesla only theorized? The Great Pyramid of Giza, located less than 30 kilometers away, shared similar proportions and internal geometry. Some researchers speculated it might have served as part of a broader network of resonance chambers, each functioning as a node in an ancient energy grid that spanned the Nile Valley. While the engineering data pointed to sound-based technology, the inscriptions hinted at a deeper dimension, conscious interaction. The text referred to the voice of the builder and the awakening of stone by the mind of man. Could these machines have been designed to respond to human intention, to thought itself? Modern studies in quantum coherence show that consciousness can influence energy patterns at microscopic scales. If the ancients had understood this relationship, then perhaps their technology was not purely mechanical but bioresonant, a fusion of mind, sound, and matter. During one late-night experiment, Dr. Faze himself experienced something unexplainable. Alone in the chamber, he chanted one of the ancient tones inscribed near the Sealthoth, a low harmonic syllable that translators believed meant balance. As his voice filled the vault, a faint light shimmered along the wall, seems subtle but visible. The air grew dense, vibrating with unseen pressure. His handheld meter flickered with electromagnetic spikes, registering bursts of energy he hadn't produced. The chamber responded. Later, he confessed that in that moment he felt as if something enormous had awakened beneath the ground, not physically, but energetically, an awareness that had been dormant for millennia. By morning, the data logs confirmed the readings. The instruments had recorded a burst of resonance lasting 41 seconds. No one could explain it. Some argued it was an equipment fault. Others believed the chamber was reacting to a harmonic key, the human voice as the final missing component. The phrase from the inscriptions returned to everyone's mind. He who sings in the right tone shall move the heart of stone. The implications were staggering. If the ancient builders could soften granite, reshape it through resonance, and perhaps even activate it through consciousness, then they possess a science that transcended modern physics, a mastery of matter and energy intertwined with the power of mind. Their technology was not based on domination of nature, but on harmony with it. The more evidence surfaced, the clearer the pattern became. Egypt's most mysterious monuments, the Osirian, the Serapeum, the Great Pyramid, were all constructed with precision impossible for their time, all built from the same quartz-rich granite, all aligned to magnetic and astronomical nodes. Together, they formed a pattern of harmonic resonance that stretched across the landscape like a hidden circuit. When Dr. Faze looked upon the chamber for the last time before sealing it once more, he understood what the ancients might have achieved. They were not primitive stonemasons worshipping gods. They were engineers of vibration, builders of living machines that breathed with the pulse of the earth. Somewhere in their rise, they had learned to manipulate sound, magnetism, and geometry to create a technology that blurred the line between science and spirit. And then, as their legends tell, they sealed it all away. Perhaps not out of fear of invaders, but fear themselves. They had unlocked the code of creation, and maybe, as so many civilizations have since discovered, they realized that such knowledge comes at a terrible cost. The chamber of Saqqara stood silent again, its secrets vibrating just beyond the reach of modern understanding. The engineers had achieved the impossible. They had engineered the impossible. And as Faye's team departed the desert, the final echo of their instruments faded into the eternal hum of the sand, leaving one undeniable truth behind. The ancients hadn't merely built monuments. They had built machines. Machines that once moved the earth itself. Sound. It had always been the soul of ancient Egypt, the invisible current that bound their temples, ceremonies, and cosmology together. Every stone, every chant, every ritual in the civilization's long history revolved around vibration, resonance, and rhythm. But inside the vault beneath Saqqara, sound was no longer metaphorical. It was physical, measurable, alive. As the excavation continued, it became clear that what the ancients called the voice of the gods was not poetry. It was technology. When the engineers replayed their resonance data from the granite chamber, they found patterns that shouldn't have existed in a static environment. The audio recordings captured low-frequency tones that hadn't come from any known instrument or generator. These were natural harmonics, emerging spontaneously from the walls themselves. The granite seemed to sing when disturbed, vibrating at specific frequencies that corresponded to perfect mathematical ratios, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. 3 to 4, the same harmonic intervals used in musical scales across the world. This revelation forced a radical shift in thinking. For centuries, Egyptologists had interpreted the civilization's musical and ritual traditions as symbolic acts of devotion. But now those ancient hymns and chants took on an entirely new dimension. What if the priests weren't worshiping? They were activating. What if the temples were not just houses of gods, but resonant structures built to channel frequencies that interacted with the earth itself? Dr. Lena Moreau began a study comparing the acoustic designs of known temples, Luxor, Karnak, Dendera, and the Osirian, with the geometry of the Saqqara vault. The parallels were astonishing. Each structure possessed harmonic nodes, specific points within the architecture where sound accumulated, amplified, and formed standing waves. These nodes corresponded perfectly to the layout of the underground vault. Even the spacing between pillars in the great halls of Luxor matched the harmonic ratios found in sound frequencies capable of stimulating quartz resonance. The ancients had not only built for aesthetic perfection, they had built for acoustic precision. The sound of creation, as ancient texts called it, wasn't merely philosophical. It was a mechanism through which reality was tuned. Thoth himself, the mythic god of wisdom, was said to have spoken the universe into being. In one translated passage from the pyramid text, the line read, "The world was born when the god spoke the secret name of light." For generations, scholars interpreted this as myth, but within the context of the Saqqara chamber, it could be literal. The secret name may have been a frequency, one capable of altering physical matter. To test the idea, Moreau's team conducted a controlled experiment. They placed high-sensitivity microphones and laser interferometers throughout the vault, then used subsonic speakers to project frequencies that matched the harmonic signatures of the granite walls. The results were beyond anything in recorded archaeology. At around 110 hertz, a frequency once used in ancient Egyptian temple music, the chamber began to respond. The air shimmered. Fine dust lifted from the floor as if weightless. The vibrations grew stronger until the team could physically feel them pulsing through their bones. The sound wasn't deafening. It was intimate, internal. It bypassed hearing and entered directly into the body. Each person reported different sensations: warmth, dizziness, euphoria, or tears for no reason at all. For several minutes, the vault was no longer a room of stone. It was a resonant field, alive, sentient. Then, just as suddenly, it went silent. The instruments went flat, and the effect ended. Later analysis revealed that during the test, the vault emitted faint bursts of electromagnetic radiation synchronized perfectly with the sound wave frequencies. This meant the chamber was converting sound into energy, a direct acoustic to electromagnetic transduction. Modern scientists had theorized such conversion was possible under certain conditions, but never on this scale, and certainly not with materials available thousands of years ago. Yet the data proved it had happened. This finding transformed the interpretation of countless Egyptian artifacts. The ankh, the djed pillar, the scepter, symbols once thought to represent spiritual power, now appeared in code schematics of resonance devices. The djed, often called the backbone of Osiris, was shaped like a column with stacked plates, identical to the form of a frequency amplifier. The ankh, associated with life force, could represent the oscillation of energy between polarities. The entire Egyptian pantheon, when reinterpreted to the lens of vibration, seemed to describe a physics of consciousness, the union of sound, light, and matter. Ancient temples were now seen as part of an interlinked system, a network of sonic resonators connected through geometry and location. Many aligned with the Earth's ley lines, subtle energy paths that corresponded with magnetic currents. The Saqqara Vault appeared to be one of the deepest nodes in this network, a subterranean tuning chamber where priests, initiates, or perhaps beings far more advanced had once generated or stabilized frequencies for unknown purposes. The ancient Egyptian word Heka, commonly translated as magic, literally meant to activate through sound. When a priest uttered sacred words during rituals, they were believed to command the elements. With modern understanding, those rituals could be reinterpreted as vibrational science, using vocal harmonics to influence molecular structures, energy flows, or even human consciousness. The spells in the Book of the Dead might have been tonal sequences meant to tune the soul's frequency for transition between dimensions, a literal resonance bridge between life and death. As Moreau's team expanded their research, they found another stunning correlation. The frequencies produced by the vault's granite matched the resonant frequencies of the human brain's alpha and theta waves, states associated with meditation, creativity, and altered awareness. This couldn't be coincidence. The vault wasn't just a machine. It was a consciousness interface, designed to bring human minds into resonance with the Earth's own energy field. In that state, perception expanded, time seemed to distort, and the barrier between inner and outer reality dissolved. Ancient murals suddenly made sense. Depictions of priests holding tuning forks, singers chanting into the mouths of statues, and gods breathing life into pharaohs weren't metaphors for faith. They were demonstrations of resonance in action. Through sound, the ancients believed they could transfer energy, awaken consciousness, and manipulate matter itself. However, the realization came with a warning. Several team members began experiencing auditory hallucinations after prolonged exposure to the vault's acoustics, soft whispers, rhythmic pulses, even melodies with no identifiable source. Equipment recorded these sounds faintly, confirming they weren't imagined. One night, during a remeasurement session, the microphones picked up a tone that none of the instruments had produced. When isolated and amplified, the waveform resembled human speech. The single phrase, when translated from the ancient lexicon, seemed to say, "We are the echo." That was when Dr. Faze halted all acoustic testing. Whatever intelligence or energy remained inside the vault was beyond their control. Whether it was an artifact of resonance or a remnant of something once alive, no one could say. But one thing was certain. The ancients had understood the power of sound far better than modern science ever had. They had used it to lift stone, heal the body, alter consciousness, and perhaps even communicate with forces beyond the material world. The sound of creation was not a mythic event. It was an ongoing phenomenon, a technology that blurred the boundary between the physical and the divine. And if the vault beneath Saqqara was indeed part of that ancient system, then what modern humanity had rediscovered was not simply a tomb or a machine, but a living instrument, one that had been waiting in silence for thousands of years for the right frequency to awaken it again. As the team packed their equipment that night, the desert wind carried faint vibrations through the open shaft, a low hum that seemed to pulse with perfect rhythm, like a heartbeat beneath the sand. It was the sound of something eternal, something that had once shaped worlds with a single tone. The ancients had called it the voice of the gods, but perhaps it was simply the sound of the earth remembering itself. Weeks passed after the acoustic experiments were halted, but the aftershocks of discovery rippled through the scientific world like tremors under the sand. Dr. Karim Faye, unable to let go of the unanswered questions, began reviewing ancient maps, temple blueprints, and subterranean scans across Egypt. One image, buried deep in the archives of the Ministry of Antiquities, stopped him cold. A radar survey conducted decades earlier beneath the ruins of Memphis, near the Temple of Ptah, the legendary god of craftsmen and creation. The image showed symmetrical anomalies beneath the temple grounds, perfectly aligned geometric patterns buried nearly 100 meters below the surface. The structures were metallic in composition and arranged in such a way that they mirrored the star pattern of Orion's belt. Every measurement suggested precision engineering, not natural formation. The files had been quietly classified as geological irregularities. But Faye saw something different. He saw a blueprint, one that connected the Saqqara vault to an even deeper, hidden system. Within weeks, the ministry authorized a limited ground-penetrating radar expedition at the site under Faye's supervision. The Temple of Ptah had long been associated with divine craftsmanship, the act of creation through sound and intention. Its inscriptions called Ptah the Great Architect, the one who spoke the world into being. The parallels to the Saqqara vault were unmistakable. Faye theorized that if Saqqara represented the activation chamber, the Temple of Ptah might conceal a control center, the place where the ancients stored their designs, their divine blueprints. When the scanning began, the data returned almost immediately. Beneath the foundation of the temple, a vast rectangular cavity extended for nearly 60 meters, flanked by a series of uniform metallic shapes, long, cylindrical forms buried in parallel. The readings indicated a density and reflectivity consistent with refined alloys. At the center of the anomaly was a circular structure, nearly 20 meters across, its outline forming a perfect mandala when seen from above. It was unlike anything ever discovered in Egyptian archaeology. The team drilled a narrow borehole to insert a microcamera. What the lens revealed sent shivers through everyone in the control tent. Beneath the temple lay a chamber of impossible order, walls lined with seamless metallic panels, engraved with thousands of tiny glyphs that shimmered in the light. The floor appeared to be made of black basalt, reflective like obsidian, and in its center rested what looked like a massive metallic disc, half buried under centuries of silt. The disc surface was etched with concentric rings filled with inscriptions and symbols that looked almost electrical in nature, lines and nodes, like a circuit board carved into metal. Faye could barely speak. The data confirmed that the alloy matched the composition of the relics found in Saqqara: titanium, tungsten, iridium, and traces of an unknown crystalline compound. The implications were staggering. The same technology, the same signature. Whatever civilization had built the vault had also built this chamber beneath the Temple of Ptah. Egyptian mythology described Ptah as the maker of all that exists, who formed the gods themselves by the thoughts of his heart and the words of his tongue. The inscriptions around the temple's sanctum used phrases eerily similar to those found in the Saqqara texts: the word that creates, the heart that resonates, the chamber of divine sound. It was as though both sites described the same process, creation through vibration. When radar scans were extended beyond the temple, something even more startling appeared. A tunnel, narrow, precise, and perfectly straight, connected the Ptah complex to the Saqqara Plateau, over 30 kilometers away. It ran deeper than the known catacombs, cutting through limestone in a path too perfect to be natural. The ancients had built an underground conduit linking these two sites, and possibly others. Faye's mind reeled as he realized what this meant. The entire Memphis-Saqqara region was part of a vast subterranean network, an integrated system of temples, tunnels, and resonant chambers designed for a singular, forgotten purpose. But why hide it? Why bury such engineering beneath the sands? As the investigation continued, the evidence suggested that these chambers may have once stored blueprints, not in the modern sense, but as energy imprints, frequencies encoded into matter itself. Ancient inscriptions hinted that the designs of the gods were preserved as vibrations, stored in resonance chambers where thought, sound, and geometry merged into a living archive. The ancients didn't write their knowledge on papyrus. They embedded it into the earth, locked in structures that only responded to harmonic activation. In the heart of the Temple of Ptah, archaeologists found a partially destroyed relief showing Ptah holding a scepter unlike any known artifact. It was shaped like a tuning fork connected to an orb, a clear depiction of a resonance device. Surrounding him were craftsmen shaping objects with rays of light emanating from their tools. The hieroglyphs described the device as the voice of the builder, capable of measuring without eyes and cutting without hands. Scholars once dismissed this as allegory. Now, in light of the Saqqara findings, it looked like a literal reference to sonic construction technology. A passage from the Shabaka stone, an ancient inscription found centuries earlier, suddenly resurfaced with new meaning. It stated that Ptah made the gods through his heart and tongue. All crafts and all inventions came into being through his word. To Faye, this wasn't theological, it was technological. The word was sound and heart was frequency. Together, they described the process of creation by resonance, the same principle demonstrated in the Saqqara vault. Over the next few weeks, the data from Memphis revealed faint electromagnetic activity emanating from the buried chamber. Frequencies similar to those detected at Saqqara, repeating at intervals like a heartbeat. Some of the readings even synchronized when the two sites were monitored simultaneously. It was as though the chambers were still communicating, pulsing in harmony across the buried miles of stone. The locals began to whisper. Some workers claimed to see flashes of blue light under the ground during drilling. Others heard deep rumbling sounds at night, like the distant roar of thunder beneath the desert. To the villagers, it was the breath of Ptah, a myth reborn. To the scientists, it was the undeniable hum of energy, an ancient machine awakening after millennia of dormancy. But Faye was uneasy. Every discovery brought more questions than answers. If these were indeed blueprints, what were they meant to build? Were they schematics for temples, for machines, or for something far larger, something planetary? The ancient text spoke of the great design, an architecture not of stone but of consciousness, a network through which the gods shape reality itself. Could the network beneath Egypt have been part of that system, maintaining the balance between Earth's physical and energetic fields? Late one night, as Faye reviewed the scans, he noticed something strange in the data overlay. The geometric patterns beneath the Temple of Ptah matched the grid alignment of the Giza Plateau. When connected on a map, they formed a triangle that extended south toward Abydos, 3 points creating an exact harmonic ratio, 3:4:5, the same used in pyramid construction. This was no coincidence. The ancients had designed an entire landscape of resonance, an invisible geometry of power that only modern tools could now detect. The implications were staggering. The blueprints weren't just beneath Memphis. They were beneath all of Egypt, perhaps the entire world. Every temple, every pyramid, every subterranean vault was a part of the system meant to maintain a global harmonic equilibrium. Faye closed his laptop and sat in silence. The hum from the machines filled the tent, merging with the whisper of desert wind. In that moment, he realized he wasn't uncovering history. He was retracing the architecture of a lost civilization's engineering of reality itself. The Temple of Ptah had hidden its secret well. Beneath its crumbling stones and forgotten gods lay a design so advanced, so unfathomable, that it made modern science look primitive. The ancients had built more than monuments. They had constructed a map of creation, encoded in resonance and buried beneath the sands of time. And somewhere in the darkness below Memphis, those hidden blueprints were still humming, waiting, like everything else in Egypt's forbidden underworld, for someone to remember how to read the language of the gods. The deeper the investigation went, the more ancient Egypt's technological enigma expanded beyond the realm of myth. For centuries, scholars had marveled at the civilization's impossible engineering, the perfect stone joints, the intricate carvings, the mathematical precision of the pyramids. But now a new, forbidden idea began to take shape. Perhaps these were not simply architectural triumphs, but manifestations of the lost science of energy. The discovery beneath Saqqara and Memphis hinted at something greater, a network designed to channel invisible forces through vibration, magnetism, and light. And nowhere did this possibility burn brighter than in the mysterious question that had haunted Egyptology for generations. Did the ancients harness electricity? The notion seemed absurd, until the evidence began to align. In 1936, archaeologists unearthed the famous Dendra reliefs inside the Temple of Hathor, intricate carvings showing figures holding bulb-shaped objects connected by what appeared to be cables to small boxes. Egyptologists insisted these were symbolic depictions of lotus flowers and serpents of creation, but engineers saw something disturbingly familiar, a primitive depiction of electrical lamps. For decades, the idea was ridiculed, until now. With the rediscovery of conductive metals and resonance patterns in Saqqara's vault, the Dendra carvings suddenly seemed less mythical and more descriptive. Dr. Karim Faiz revisited the reliefs with a team of physicists and electrical engineers. Using high-resolution imaging and 3D scanning, they analyzed the bulb reliefs in microscopic detail. The shapes weren't artistic abstractions. They were geometrically precise, their curvature matching the dimensions of vacuum tubes. Even more astonishingly, chemical residue on the stone revealed trace amounts of gold and copper, two of the most efficient electrical conductors known to man. How could artisans of the Bronze Age have known this? A broader search across Egypt revealed further clues. In several tombs, most notably those of Seti I and Ramesses II, archaeologists had long puzzled over the absence of soot or smoke residue on the ceilings, despite the deep, pitch-black corridors where no natural light could reach. Conventional theory claimed the builders used polished mirrors to reflect sunlight, but experiments proved that multiple reflections would scatter and fade after only a few meters. The walls of these tombs, however, showed uniform illumination. Something else had provided light. Morrow's team compared the electromagnetic readings of the Saqqara artifacts to those taken from the Dendra complex. To their astonishment, both locations emitted weak electrical fields in harmonic alignment with one another, suggesting the two sites were once part of the same energy grid. But this grid wasn't electrical in the modern sense. It was vibrational, converting sound into electromagnetic output. The priests of Hathor, the goddess of resonance and music, may have been the last keepers of this technology, a system that transformed sonic frequency into usable light. Evidence for ancient conductivity went beyond Dendra. Copper rods with perfectly spherical ends were unearthed in 19th century excavations around Thebes, later cataloged and forgotten. When rediscovered in archives and analyzed with modern tools, these rods showed microabrasions consistent with repeated rotation, possibly as conductors or generators. Even more curious were the Baghdad batteries found in Mesopotamia, clay jars containing copper cylinders and iron rods, capable of producing a small electric charge when filled with acidic liquid. Scholars dated them to 200 BCE. But if Egypt's vaults truly predated recorded civilization, then it was possible the concept of stored energy originated thousands of years earlier. There were whispers of even greater marvels. In one of Faye's late-night research sessions, he uncovered a forgotten 1920s field report from the Egyptian Antiquities Service describing a sealed alcove in the Dendra temple complex. The report described thin glass fragments fused into the walls and a strange metallic plate scorched into the floor, as though exposed to high voltage. The chamber was later closed and the documents buried. Now, decades later, Faye began to see the pattern. What if Dendra had once housed a resonance-powered illumination system, one that required no flame, no fuel, only vibration? The ancients' obsession with sound and frequency fit perfectly. The inscriptions dedicated to Hathor, goddess of joy, music, and light, constantly spoke of the sound that opens the sky. What if that wasn't metaphorical? What if the temple itself was a resonant power station, Modern acousticians studying the site found that the great halls vibrate naturally at low frequencies, around 110 Hz, identical to the resonance tone of the Saqqara vault. When singers performed inside, their voices would amplify tenfold, creating harmonic interference patterns capable of exciting the quartz in the stone walls. Quartz, the same mineral abundant in the granite of the pyramids, possesses piezoelectric properties. It can convert vibration into electric current. If the ancients knew how to focus these vibrations, their monuments would generate power, an organic, silent energy drawn directly from Earth's own resonance. Every temple, every pyramid, could have been a node in this natural grid. Historical records seem to support this. The Greek historian Strabo wrote of strange lights glowing in Egyptian temples at night. The Roman scholar Pliny described ever-burning lamps in the sanctuaries of the gods. Early Christian chroniclers dismissed these as sorcery or demonic trickery, but what if they were remnants of an ancient energy system still functioning long after its builders were gone? One experiment by Moreau's team attempted to recreate this process on a small scale. They placed a granite block embedded with quartz crystals in an acoustically tuned chamber and exposed it to low-frequency sound waves. The result stunned them. Tiny electric discharges appeared across the surface, visible only under ultraviolet light. The team had effectively recreated piezoelectric luminescence, the same principle that might have powered Dender's mysterious lamps. As the evidence grew, Faye began to realize that the Egyptians' mastery over light and sound was part of a much larger framework, a unified field technology. They weren't generating power for tools or machinery. They were generating life force, a harmonized energy field designed to sustain both the body and the planet. The term Ka, which Egyptologists translate as spirit or life energy, may have referred to this very phenomenon, the vibrational current that animates all living things. The Temple of Ptah's inscriptions described light without flame and the breath of the gods through stone. The priests of Heliopolis spoke of the Eye of Ra, a radiant disk that could shine through darkness and give form to the unseen. Faye began to suspect that these were not metaphors for divine power, but actual devices, technological relics of a civilization that had learned to convert vibrational harmonics into radiant energy. But with revelation came dread. If the ancients had once harnessed such forces, what had caused them to stop? Some theorize that the collapse of the Old Kingdom, the sudden fragmentation of Egypt's centralized order, may have been triggered by the failure of the energy grid. Perhaps the network destabilized, or its operators lost the knowledge to maintain it. The gods' withdrawal described in ancient texts could have been the shutdown of the system, the silencing of the once luminous temples. Still, fragments of this science seem to linger in ritual form. The chants, the drum patterns, the measured hymns, all may have been attempts to keep the frequencies alive, to recharge the grid through sound. What the priests preserved as religion might have been the final echo of an engineering tradition, so advanced it appeared divine. One evening, while studying the frequency readings from the Dendra chamber, Dr. Moreau noticed something chilling. The harmonic peaks of the data formed the outline of the Eye of Ra, the same pattern found carved into temple walls for thousands of years. It wasn't coincidence. The symbol was a waveform, a literal depiction of a frequency signature. The ancients had encoded the blueprint of their energy system in plain sight, hidden in the symbols of their gods. That realization changed everything. The mythic light of Ra was not worship. It was science's salvation. The Egyptians had once bathed their civilization in resonance-powered illumination, drawn from the earth itself. They had merged spirituality and engineering into one continuum, bridging the physical and the divine. Standing in the half-light of the dig site, Faye whispered the ancient phrase carved into the temple stone. To speak is to make light. And in that moment, he understood what it truly meant. The ancients had mastered the ultimate truth, that creation itself was vibration, and those who could command it could command reality. Electricity, to them, was an invention. It was remembrance, a rediscovery of the energy that binds all things together. The world would later call it mysticism. But beneath the sands of Egypt, buried in silence for 5,000 years, it had a different name, Heka, the sound that made the stones glow, the science of the gods. Across the ages, The line between priests and scientists has always been thin in Egypt's hidden history. Those of the world called priests, keepers of ritual, guardians of sacred song, were in truth the custodians of forbidden knowledge, heirs to a wisdom that stretched back long before the first dynasties. They were known as the servants of Thoth, the sons of light, and, in the later texts, the guardians of the house of life. To outsiders, they seemed like mystics reciting prayers and performing ceremonies. But beneath the veneer of religion, they were engineers of sound, energy, and geometry, caretakers of machines they no longer fully understood, but were sworn to protect. The discovery at Saqqara had already revealed that the vaults were not tombs but resonant chambers. The sealed archives beneath Memphis had shown signs of advanced design, materials impossible for their time. And now, as Dr. Kareem Faye and his remaining team pieced together the growing puzzle, a deeper truth began to emerge. The priests themselves had known and had deliberately hidden the remnants of this ancient science. The scrolls of Thoth, the mysterious books of the netherworld, and the fragmented records known collectively as the Corpus Hermeticum were not metaphors for divine wisdom. They were instructions, technical manuals veiled in allegory. In temple inscriptions, the House of Life was described as a sanctuary of creation, a place where the words of the gods were written in light. It was said to contain tablets and scrolls capable of moving stone, awakening consciousness, and calling forth the living fire of the earth. For centuries, archaeologists assumed these phrases referred to spiritual enlightenment or poetic symbolism, but Faye's research suggested otherwise. The language of the text was encoded physics. The living fire could be plasma, the word of the gods could be resonance, and awakening the stone could refer to vibrational activation. According to Egyptian legend, after the age of the gods ended, Thoth entrusted his knowledge to a secret priesthood charged with preserving it until humanity was ready to understand. These were the custodians of the hidden wisdom. Their temples were schools, laboratories, and observatories in one. Students studied not just theology, but astronomy, mathematics, acoustics, and anatomy, the complete blueprint of how the universe functioned as a harmonic system. But as dynasties rose and fell, as conquerors came and erased, this priesthood withdrew deeper into secrecy. The few who remained faithful to the old science hid its mechanisms behind layers of ritual and metaphor. Historical accounts mention the Per-Ankh, the ancient house of life, as a real institution that existed in major temple complexes, such as Abydos, Heliopolis, and Karnak, yet its physical records vanished. What if those archives hadn't been destroyed but sealed within the earth, encoded in resonant vaults like the one discovered beneath Saqqara? What if the priests who served in those temples were the last custodians of an older civilization's technology, a science they were forbidden to use, only to guard? A fragmentary papyrus recovered from the ruins of Edfu, written in archaic script, supports this possibility. It speaks of the keepers of the heart of the sun, who tend the machines of the sky god, and record the measures of the heavens that man may remember his origin. The papyrus goes on to warn, should man misuse the word, the heavens shall burn, and the rivers shall turn to dust. For most Egyptologists, such language is mythological hyperbole. But to Faye's, the warning sounded painfully real, a remembrance of catastrophe, perhaps even a technological cataclysm that ended the previous age. The priests had preserved not only the symbols, but the discipline of resonance. Their daily rituals were calibration routines disguised as worship. The clapping, drumming, chanting, and sacred tones performed at dawn and dusk were not mere ceremonies. They were designed to maintain vibrational balance in the temple's structures. Each tone kept the harmonic frequencies aligned, much like tuning a complex instrument. When the ritual stopped, the resonance systems, whether mechanical or energetic, would decay. Even the construction of the temples reflected this hidden knowledge. Their walls were built from specific minerals arranged in deliberate sequences: granite, limestone, sandstone, each possessing different acoustic and electrical properties. Together they created a natural circuit, a harmonic generator. When the priests chanted or struck tuning stones, the vibration passed through the architecture, awakening what they called the sleeping power of the earth. The temples were not simply houses of worship. They were reactors of consciousness, powered by human intention and sound. The priesthood secrecy, however, was not merely spiritual humility. It was fear. Ancient writings suggest they were forbidden from reactivating certain chambers. One particularly cryptic passage from the Book of the Hidden Chamber reads, "Let no man stir the heart that sleeps beneath the desert, for its voice shakes the sky." Could this heart refer to the energy core or resonant generator buried beneath Saqqara? The parallels were too strong to ignore. Over time, fragments of this priestly knowledge filtered outward, influencing other cultures. The Greeks spoke of the mystery schools of Egypt, where initiates like Pythagoras and Plato learned the secrets of cosmic harmony. Hermeticism, alchemy, and later occult sciences all trace their roots back to the teachings of Thoth. But what if these teachings were not mystical philosophies, but misunderstood physics, an ancient science of vibration, energy, and geometry interpreted through the lens of later civilizations who have forgotten the machines but remember the rituals? When the Romans conquered Egypt, they looted the temples but couldn't interpret their function. The House of Life was dismantled, its custodians scattered or absorbed into secret brotherhoods. Yet whispers of their existence persisted. Early Christian Gnostics spoke of builders of light who guarded relics of the first world. Islamic chroniclers mention al-Hakim's hidden engineers, men who possessed devices that seem buried beneath the sands. Even the Masons of the Middle Ages claimed lineage from the craftsmen of Ptah, inheritors of divine architecture. As Faye compiled these cross-cultural threads, a disturbing realization took shape. Throughout history, every time humanity advanced toward rediscovering the ancient sciences, that knowledge was quickly suppressed, erased, or absorbed. The burning of the Library of Alexandria, the disappearance of the Edfu records, the silencing of early archaeologists who reported impossible finds, all pointed to a pattern of deliberate containment. It was as though a force, human or otherwise, wanted to ensure that the resonance technology of the ancients never resurfaced. Within the ministry's classified archives, Faye found references to a restricted excavation from the 1920s at Abydos, the discovery of a hidden chamber beneath the temple of Seti I. The report, heavily redacted, mentioned inscriptions referring to the chamber of the architects and a mechanism that moved by the vibration of a human voice. The project was immediately halted and the chamber resealed. Decades later, the same site became famous for the so-called Abydos hieroglyphs, depicting what looked like helicopters and aircraft. Images scholars dismissed as overlapping carvings. But what if those depictions weren't errors at all? What if they were echoes of knowledge the priests once guarded? Dr. Moreau, examining the fragments of metallic alloy retrieved from Saqqara, began calling them the instruments of the custodians. Each fragment, she argued, was a tool, a piece of technology operated not by electricity or combustion, but by resonance interface, activated through harmonic sound. The priests, trained in the sacred tones of Heka, would have been the only ones capable of using them. The ancients didn't need machines, she said. They were the machines. That statement haunted Faye. Could consciousness itself be the missing component? If the machines were bioresonant, responding to thought, emotion, or frequency, then the priest's role as spiritual initiates made perfect sense. Only those who had purified their consciousness could safely interact with the technology. To an untrained mind, the machines might be dangerous, even catastrophic. This would explain the dire warnings in the texts and the deliberate burial of the vaults. As Faye stared at the shimmering relics on his table one night, he thought of the inscription found near the seal of Thoth. "Those who speak the word without balance shall awaken fire instead of light." Perhaps this was why the custodians had vanished. Perhaps they had seen the devastation of misuse, the great burning remembered in flood myths and apocalyptic legends across the world. They had hidden their knowledge not to deceive, but to protect. Now, millennia later, that protection was crumbling. The sands were shifting, and the machines beneath Egypt's deserts were stirring once more. The last whispers of custodians echoed through every vibration, every hum recorded in the vault's walls. Their legacy was not lost. It was waiting, and as Faye closed the ancient scroll lying open before him, he could not shake the thought that perhaps the custodians had never truly left. Perhaps they were still here, unseen, guarding the frequency that keeps the earth itself in harmony. Because if those frequencies were ever disturbed, the same fire that birthed civilization might rise again and consume it. By the end of the second excavation phase, something had changed at the Saqqara site, what had once been a proud academic project. the most promising archaeological venture in modern Egypt, had grown quiet, veiled in secrecy and haunted by fear. Rumors spread among the workers that Dr. Karim Faiz had been forced to sign documents preventing him from discussing any further findings. Researchers were dismissed one by one under the guise of budget cuts. By early autumn, the entire project had been absorbed into a joint operation between the Egyptian military and a private European research consortium. From that day forward, no public statements were ever released again. The official narrative ended there. The press was told that the excavation had encountered dangerous geological instability. The vault, they claimed, had been resealed to protect workers from collapse. But within academic circles, quiet whispers told a different story. A story of suppressed reports, missing artifacts, and sealed archives. Documents vanished overnight. Hard drives were confiscated, and the men who had witnessed the impossible craftsmanship of the Saqqara chamber began to disappear from public life. It began with the Faiz report, a 312-page preliminary dossier submitted to the Ministry of Antiquities just weeks before the site lockdown. Those who had read it said it contained the full metallurgical analysis of the artifacts, the acoustic resonance data, and a detailed theory linking the vault's design to harmonic energy generation. Within days, the report was classified. Only a handful of government officials ever saw it again. When independent researchers later requested access, the ministry claimed the file had been misplaced during archival transfer. Then came the missing photographs, hundreds of high-resolution images taken by the excavation team's official photographer. These included scans of the chamber walls, the alloy fragments, and the glowing resonance tests that had caused so much controversy. None of them were ever published. The only surviving images, leaked anonymously months later, were grainy and incomplete, black and white negatives showing blurred figures standing beside what looked like curved metallic structures embedded in stone. Experts who examined them swore the geometry was not ornamental, but engineered. Others dismissed them as forgeries. The final blow came when a British journalist named Adrian Holt, who had been investigating the case for an independent documentary, vanished while traveling through Cairo in 2019. His last known communication was an email to a colleague containing one cryptic line: "The machines are real, they're not from here." Authorities later claimed he had left the country, though his passport was found in his hotel room. His notes, drives, and camera equipment were never recovered. Within the academic community, a chilling pattern began to emerge. Every time the subject of the Saqqara vault resurfaced, someone stepped in to bury it again. Papers were withdrawn, interviews canceled, funding revoked. One physics journal that briefly mentioned piezoelectric resonance in ancient architecture saw the article pulled within 24 hours. Another researcher who analyzed mineral samples from the site reported that her laboratory had been raided, her equipment seized for regulatory review. When Dr. Faiz himself disappeared from public view, those who had worked with him began to worry that he had either been silenced or willingly retreated into isolation. For nearly a year, no one heard from him. Then, quietly, a digital file surfaced online under a pseudonym. It contained what appeared to be a fragment of the suppressed notes, a collection of paragraphs titled The Redacted Passages. Within them was a statement that sent chills through anyone who read it. The vault is not an anomaly. There are 7 of them, one for each tone of creation. The Saqqara chamber represents the 4th tone, the tone of manifestation. Each vault is harmonically tuned to a planetary resonance. Whoever built them did not just shape stone, they shaped reality itself. Fai's fragment also described how, during the final days of the excavation, new anomalies had been detected beneath the site. Magnetometers registered rhythmic pulses emanating from the sealed chamber, steady, timed intervals that no one could explain. The reading suggested a pattern, almost like coded signals. When translated into waveforms, the pulses corresponded to specific harmonic frequencies, matching those identified in earlier acoustic tests. In other words, something beneath Saqqara was still active. Government officials denied everything. They insisted the readings were caused by natural magnetic fluctuations. Yet the silence that followed was too deliberate, too controlled. Even the engineers from the original excavation, those who had nothing to do with metaphysical speculation, reported being approached by unnamed agencies. told in no uncertain terms to stop speaking about their work. National security, they were told. Whispers began to circulate that the relics removed from the site had been quietly transported to an undisclosed facility west of Cairo, possibly a repurposed military base near the Barrio Oasis. There, according to anonymous sources, teams of engineers attempted to replicate the resonance properties of the ancient alloys. Some claimed experiments had already produced acoustic energy phenomena, vibrations capable of melting stone or causing spontaneous levitation in small test masses. The program was rumored to be overseen by a consortium of foreign investors under military contract. Those who investigated further found eerie historical precedents. In the 1980s, an archaeologist named Yusuf Al-Karim had reported discovering fragments of metallic tubing inside a collapsed tomb near Dashur. His findings were confiscated, and he was later dismissed from his post after refusing to retract his statements. In the 1990s, an engineer who worked briefly at the Giza Plateau claimed to have seen a sealed shaft with metallic lining near the second pyramid, an entrance that was quickly sealed by authorities. Each time, the evidence vanished, and each time the official explanation was the same: misinterpretation. When Faze resurfaced briefly in a private interview years later, he seemed like a different man. He spoke in cryptic tones, half fearful, half reverent. "They told me to stop digging," he said softly, "but I can still feel it, still hear it. The hum hasn't stopped." His final message to his colleague, sent weeks before he vanished again, contained an image of the Seal of Thoth and a short note beneath it. Knowledge buried is not knowledge destroyed. They only fear what remembers itself. What exactly they feared remained unclear, but evidence of suppression was everywhere. Financial records showed that within months of the vault's discovery, several foreign defense contractors began funding georesonance research projects in collaboration with private tech firms. One of them, registered under the name Orion Systems, filed patents for frequency-based levitation and acoustic cutting technologies eerily similar to theoretical models outlined in the Faze report. It was as if ancient science had quietly been resurrected behind closed doors. The suppression extended even to the academic databases. Articles referencing acoustic energy or harmonic instruction in Egypt were algorithmically deranked, buried under unrelated search results. When independent documentarians tried to publish footage of the site's original excavation, their channels were flagged and removed within days. Someone or something was ensuring that the story of the Saqqara vault remained buried beneath layers of digital silence. And yet, fragments of truth continued to leak. A whistleblower from within the Antiquities Authority sent an encrypted message to a European journalist, claiming that one of the sealed crates extracted from Saqqara had been opened in 2021. Inside, he said, was not a simple artifact, but a device, a hollow metallic orb etched with thousands of microscopic symbols. When touched, it produced a faint vibration and emitted light for several seconds before going dark again. The crate was resealed immediately, its contents never publicly acknowledged. To this day, the Egyptian government denies the existence of any such object, but those who had seen the data knew better. Something had been uncovered beneath the sands, something that still pulsed, still remembered. The suppressed excavation reports became legend among researchers who chased forbidden archaeology. Some called it a hoax, others a harbinger. But in the quiet corners of the scientific underground, one phrase began to appear again and again, scrawled in emails, whispered at conferences, encoded into private networks. The machines of Thoth are awake. And if that was true, if even one fragment of those reports was accurate, then the ancient vaults of Egypt were no longer relics of the past. They were sealed technologies, buried by those who once understood them and suppressed by those who now feared them. The silence was not denial, it was containment, because deep down, the authorities knew what Dr. Faze had always suspected. Once the hum began, it could not be stopped. The machines beneath the desert were not waiting to be discovered. They were waiting to be remembered. The deeper one looked into the aftermath of the Saqqara discovery, the more the story turned from science into a conspiracy of silence. The ministry's blackout and the vanishing of Dr. Karim Faze left behind only fragments, whispers, rumors, and half-buried records scattered across research circles. But of all the voices silenced after the vault's discovery, None stirred more unease than that of a man who had once been among Faye's most trusted colleagues, Dr. Nadir Suleiman, a field geologist whose expertise in mineral thermodynamics had brought him into the project's inner core. Suleiman had joined the Saqqara excavation late in the second season, tasked with studying the mineral composition of the granite and basalt used in the vault. By all accounts, he was pragmatic to the point of skepticism, a man allergic to mysticism. He dismissed the early talk of machines and resonance technology as exaggerations. His only concern was the rock itself, the stratification, the fusion points, the material anomalies. But the deeper he analyzed the samples, the more his conviction began to fracture. What he found inside those stones did not belong in any natural geological record. In his initial notes, recovered later from a flash drive leaked to journalists, Suleiman described finding microfractures fused at temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond anything a Bronze Age furnace could achieve. More disturbing were the glassified veins running through the granite. Under polarized light, they displayed the same refractive pattern seen in silica exposed to high-energy plasma. "This is not erosion," he wrote. "It is intentional restructuring at the atomic level, heat beyond metallurgy, control beyond chemistry." At first, his explanation was cautious, perhaps lightning strikes or subterranean volcanic activity. But Saqqara's bedrock had no history of such phenomena. The fusion was too precise, confined only to certain geometrical seams, as if directed. The granite itself seemed altered, its crystalline alignment polarized, the quartz grains reoriented into parallel arrays. It was as though the stone had been subjected to a magnetic field of enormous strength, strong enough to melt and realign matter without cracking it. When Suleiman presented his findings to Faye, the archaeologist grew visibly tense. He reminded Suleiman of the electromagnetic readings that had already baffled the engineering team, oscillations pulsing from beneath the floor in measured intervals. "It's not just heat," Faye told him quietly. "It's energy, resonant energy. They engineered this place like a machine." Suleiman dismissed it. He trusted the evidence of his hands, not theories of mystical technology. Yet, as days passed, new samples deepened the mystery. Embedded in the granite matrix were microscopic flecks of metallic residue, a compound containing silicon, tungsten, and trace iridium. Under spectral analysis, the isotope ratios didn't match Earth's natural profiles. When Suleiman tried to submit the sample for independent verification, the laboratory refused, citing government restrictions. That night, his access credentials to the dig were revoked. A week later, he contacted a former colleague from the University of Alexandria, Dr. Hannah Targ, leaving a voice message that still circulates in online archives today. "I think the stone was fused deliberately from the inside out. It's as if something generated the heat internally, like a pulse. The readings make no sense. Kareem says to stay quiet, but he doesn't sleep anymore. None of us do." After that, Suleiman's communications grew erratic. He spoke of faint vibrations that seemed to follow him even after leaving the site. He claimed that when he handled the samples, static electricity built up in his skin, and his instruments malfunctioned. One night, while staying in his field tent, he reported seeing faint flashes of blue-white light flickering under the sand near the excavation shaft, silent lightning that lasted only seconds. 2 days later, he vanished. The official story claimed he had resigned and left Egypt for personal reasons. His colleagues knew better. His tent was found still zipped from the inside, his belongings untouched. The only thing missing was his geological case and the notebook he always carried. Military personnel sealed the area within hours. The rest of the team was told to return to Cairo. Months passed before any trace of him resurfaced. Then, an encrypted file appeared on a private scientific forum under the alias QMiner. The attached document contained technical sketches and data tables unmistakably written in Suleiman style. Among them was a chilling entry labeled Thermal Signature Sequence 7A. It described a pattern of temperature anomalies running to the chamber floor, arranged not randomly, but in spirals radiating from the central box. The sequence repeated every 142 minutes, identical to the interval of the electromagnetic pulses recorded earlier. In his notes, Suleiman wrote, "The pattern is self-sustaining. It feeds off resonance. The stone is acting like a capacitor. Whatever is buried deeper is still active. Those words spread quickly through the underground community of forbidden archaeology researchers. Some dismissed them as hoax, others as evidence of a living reactor beneath Saqqara. Theories multiplied. Perhaps the ancients had discovered a way to draw thermal energy from the planet's magnetic field. Or perhaps the chamber was never meant to be opened because it was still running. But the story took a darker turn when new information surfaced from an anonymous former technician who had worked with Suleiman in the weeks before his disappearance. According to this witness, Suleiman had stumbled upon a subchamber, a narrow fissure extending beneath the main vault, accessible only through a collapsed tunnel. Using a portable magnetometer, he detected an intense energy field emanating from below. Against orders, he lowered a probe camera into the crack. What it captured was only a few seconds of footage, grainy and unstable, but enough to ignite controversy for years. The video showed a cavity lined with a substance that looked like molten glass. In the center was a spherical object half buried in dust, pulsating faintly with blue light. The image ended abruptly when the probe lost signal. Later analysis of the recovered data showed electromagnetic interference, so strong it had permanently fried the recording equipment. Suleiman told the technician, "It's still alive." That night, he was last seen entering the dig site alone. In the months that followed, small traces of his research began leaking through encrypted academic networks. Snippets of data tables, partial images of crystalline lattices, and a series of emails referencing a phenomenon he called geoplasmic reactivation. He theorized that the vault's builders had harnessed Earth's magnetic resonance to generate immense energy, perhaps to power or stabilize something buried even deeper. The heat signatures, he wrote, are not remnants of destruction. They are maintenance cycles. Those who read his notes realized the implications. If the Saqqara chamber was re-energizing itself, then the fused quartz fragments weren't evidence of ancient catastrophe. They were signs of a living machine in dormant operation. The Egyptian government maintained complete silence, but quiet observers began to notice a pattern of seismic disturbances near the Saqqara plateau, small tremors that appeared at perfectly timed intervals, recorded only by sensitive instruments. When plotted on a graph, the tremors formed harmonic frequencies corresponding to musical intervals, exactly like the tones used in the vault's resonance experiments. Had the machine awakened in response to the intrusion, or had it merely resumed its timeless cycle, indifferent to human curiosity? Years later, a geophysicist reviewing satellite thermal imagery of the Saqqara region noticed something extraordinary. Every 142 minutes, the same interval Suleiman recorded, the surface temperature above the sealed chamber rose by a fraction of a degree, then cooled again, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the sand. The scientist's report was quietly withdrawn before publication. To this day, no one knows what truly happened to Dr. Nadir Suleiman. Some claim he was taken by authorities, others that he fled into exile. A few whisper that he never left the vault at all, that the heat spike detected that night was a chamber consuming him. Whatever the truth, his final surviving words, recovered from a corrupted email draft found on his abandoned laptop, remain etched into the mythos of forbidden archaeology. The ancients did not fear time. They feared reactivation. The vaults are hearts, and hearts do not die. They wait to beat again. In the end, Suleiman became more than a missing scientist. He became the ghost of the investigation, the embodiment of everything that terrified modern institutions about the truth beneath Egypt's sands. His discovery proved that the past wasn't dead. It was dormant, still pulsing the dark, still echoing through granite veins like memory trapped in stone. And somewhere, deep under Saqqara, if one were to press an ear to the desert floor and listen long enough, they might still hear it, the faint, rhythmic hum of the vault's living heart, keeping time with the earth itself. By the time the last of Dr. Nadir Suleiman's data disappeared from circulation, the scientific community had entered a period of uneasy silence. No one dared publish or even mention the word Saqqara vault in academic circles anymore. Yet inside a handful of private laboratories in Cairo, London, and Geneva, the work continued, quietly, invisibly, funded by nameless benefactors who were less interested in history and more obsessed with what the ancients might have known about power. For decades, The great enigma of Egypt's monuments had always been their impossible endurance. How could millions of tons of stone remain perfectly aligned to the cardinal points, resistant to erosion, and mathematically tuned to cosmic geometry for over 4 millennia? Conventional explanations, religious devotion, manpower, primitive ingenuity, had always felt incomplete. But the discoveries at Saqqara had resurrected an older hypothesis once relegated to fringe theorists, that the ancient Egyptians had harnessed natural energy systems far beyond our modern comprehension. The newly recovered fragments of the phase report hinted at this explicitly. In one unredacted paragraph, Fays wrote that the metallic relics from the vault were not decorative, but resonant conduits, composed of alloys designed to amplify frequency through magnetic induction. When combined with the granite's quartz and feldspar matrix, the result was a structure capable of storing, converting, and releasing energy. The ancients, it seemed, had not relied on fire, fuel, or metal turbines. They had tapped directly into the Earth's magnetic bloodstream. To understand this, Faye's successor, physicist Dr. Lena Moreau, began studying how such an energy system could have functioned. Modern science already recognizes that Earth emits a continuous electromagnetic pulse, the Schumann resonance, vibrating at approximately 783 Hertz. This global frequency is created by lightning discharges between the planet's surface and ionosphere, effectively turning the Earth into a colossal electrical resonator. If a civilization understood how to manipulate that field, it could, theoretically, generate limitless energy without combustion or pollution. The ancients, according to Moreau, may have done exactly that. The vast stone architecture of Egypt, the pyramids, temples, and subterranean chambers, was not simply symbolic but functional infrastructure. Each structure acted as a harmonic node, receiving and retransmitting the planet's natural resonance. The Giza pyramid, with its internal chambers lined in granite, behaved as a massive piezoelectric capacitor. The Saqqara vault, with its metal alloys and precise geometry, might have been the reactor core. In her private research logs, Moreau described how the quartz-rich granite could generate electrical potential when compressed by seismic or acoustic vibration. The Earth itself provided the vibration. The stone amplified it. She speculated that the ancient engineers may have used sound, chanting, drums, or tuned instruments to modulate the frequencies, creating a feedback loop between the planet's energy and the structure's design. The result would be a continuous, renewable energy source, a singing grid powered by the resonance of the Earth. This concept, while poetic, had a grim corollary. If the network were ever destabilized, if one node fell out of harmony, the entire system could collapse catastrophically, releasing immense energy back into the ground. The myths of global floods, divine fire, and the great burning of the sky could, in this light, describe not celestial punishment but technological failure. A resonance grid falling out of tune might have devastated entire regions, wiping out its creators and forcing the survivors to bury the technology beneath ritual and myth. Historical evidence hinted that this might not have been isolated to Egypt. Similar granite resonators and magnetic anomalies have been discovered at ancient sites in South America, Turkey, and India. They all shared the same geometric ratios and astronomical alignments. To the untrained eye, they were temples. To a physicist, they were frequency harmonics in stone. The ancients, divided by oceans and time, appear to have built variations of the same planetary network. Moreau's team attempted a cautious experiment. They placed a quartz granite composite block within a sealed chamber, exposed it to low-frequency vibration, and surrounded it with copper coils. After several minutes, measurable voltage appeared in the coils, small but undeniable. When they adjusted the frequency to match 783 Hertz, the current increased exponentially. In that instant, the lab filled with a faint humming sound, and the instruments recorded a sudden spike in magnetic flux. It was as if the stone itself had become alive, one technician later wrote. The experiment ended abruptly when the equipment overheated, but the data confirmed what the ancients had known. Vibration could be converted into electricity, and geometry could control it. If the priests of Thoth and Ptah were the custodians of this power, then the machines buried beneath Saqqara and Memphis were not industrial tools at all. They were stabilizers designed to balance planetary energy flows. Ancient texts often described Egypt as the heart of the world, where the pulse of the gods emanated to sustain life. That might not have been metaphorical. The network of vaults could have acted as a global harmonic heart, keeping the planet's magnetic field and biosphere in equilibrium. But there was another, darker possibility. What if the system had been weaponized? The same resonance that healed and illuminated could also destroy. At certain frequencies, vibration can liquefy stone, rupture matter, even disintegrate molecular bonds. Modern militaries have already experimented with sonic and electromagnetic weapons that mimic these effects. Perhaps the collapse of the ancient civilization was not a natural disaster at all, but the consequence of power unleashed beyond control, a civilization that sang the wrong note. Among the classified fragments attributed to Dr. Suleiman was a sketch labeled Chamber Pulse D7. It depicted a waveform resembling a heartbeat, annotated with the words, "Energy increase every 142 minutes. Pattern stable." If true, the Saqqara Vault might still be releasing minute pulses of energy in sync with the Earth's resonance. In other words, the machine was still running, maintaining whatever balance it had been designed for. Perhaps that was why the authorities had buried the reports. Disturbing a live system could endanger the planet itself. Across Cairo, electrical engineers who analyzed the leaks noticed something eerie. During certain nights, especially near equinoxes, electromagnetic readings around the plateau subtly rose. Power grids fluctuated. Radios emitted low hums that vanished at dawn. To the few who knew the connection, these were not coincidences. They were echoes of the ancient grid still breathing beneath the desert. In her last recorded field note, Dr. Moreau wrote a single paragraph that blurred the boundary between science and myth. "We think of the ancients as primitive, but they understood a truth we have forgotten, that energy and consciousness are the same field. The builders did not extract power. They communed with it. Their machines were alive because they were built in harmony with the planet's heartbeat. The question is not whether the system still functions. The question is whether it remembers us." Soon after, Moreau's funding was cut, and she returned to France. Her team was reassigned, their data absorbed by an unnamed government project. Yet, even without official confirmation, the implications were clear. The power sources of the ancients were not mythic sunstones or divine relics. They were vibrational technologies, sound-driven, consciousness-linked, and self-sustaining. Egypt's monuments were not tombs but terminals of an energy grid that once spanned the globe, and somewhere in the depths of the Saqqara Vault, its pulse still beats. Late at night, locals say the sands tremble ever so slightly, as if breathing. The air grows heavy with static, and for a fleeting moment, a low tone hums beneath the desert wind, a sound older than civilization itself. Those who hear it call it the voice of Ta, the engineer's hymn, the echo of a system that refuses to die. Because in the end, the ancients did not lose their power. They simply turned it off, and waited for humanity to learn enough to turn it back on again. As the theories surrounding the Saqqara Vault's energy systems began to leak through the cracks of censorship, a new line of inquiry took shape, one that terrified even the most rational of scientists. It was not about how the machines worked, but why they existed at all. If the ancients had mastered resonance, vibration, and planetary energy, then their technology was not merely functional. It was spiritual. The further Dr. Karim Faye and his dwindling circle of confidants examined the evidence, the more one truth became undeniable. The machines buried beneath Egypt were not built for power or warfare. They were built for ritual. The clue came from an overlooked series of papyri recovered years earlier near the temple complex at Abydos. These texts, written in a mixture of hieratic and proto-Hermetic script, describe ceremonies conducted in the halls of resonance, underground sanctuaries where initiates underwent transformations through the sound that opens the body of the sky. Mainstream Egyptologists dismissed the writings as allegories for spiritual rebirth. But Faye, who had seen the precision-cut granite of the Saqqara chamber and felt its harmonic vibration with his own body, began to suspect the papyri were literal technical manuals disguised as religious instruction. According to the texts, the priests of Thoth and Ta believed that true enlightenment could not be achieved through words or prayer, but through frequency alignment. The human body was a microcosm of the universe. They said, an instrument designed to resonate with creation itself. To tune, it required sound, geometry, and magnetic energy. The vaults were not tombs but initiatory machines, devices that merged technology and consciousness to elevate human perception. In the deeper esoteric writings, one phrase appeared again and again: machines of divine resonance. These were described as instruments used by the high priest to open the gates of Ameni, the mythic realm between worlds where the soul could commune with the gods. The Book of Thoth warned that only those whose hearts were tuned to the correct tone could survive the passage. Others would be consumed by the fire of dissonance. What if the fire wasn't symbolic? What if it referred to the same vibrational force that fused stone and generated plasma heat within the chamber? To the uninitiated, exposure to such energy would have been lethal. But to the trained, those who had purified their consciousness through ritual and sound, the machines might have acted as transdimensional amplifiers, projecting the human mind into a higher frequency of awareness. Dr. Faves remembered the strange physiological effects experienced by his team during their resonance experiments. Euphoria, dizziness, visions. What if those weren't hallucinations, but side effects of the same ancient process? The ancients might have been using their technology not only to manipulate matter, but to alter consciousness itself. Linguistic evidence reinforced the theory. The Egyptian word sekum, often translated as power or vital force, was derived from a root meaning to make vibrate. The house of Sekum was a sacred chamber reserved for the highest initiates, said to hum with the breath of the gods. In later Hermetic texts, this was reinterpreted as the chamber of ascension. The descriptions match exactly the dimensions of the granite boxes within the Saqqara vault. Tight enclosures designed not for storage, but for immersion in sound. Ancient initiates might have entered these chambers and been subjected to harmonic frequencies that induced deep altered states, what modern scientists would call theta and delta brainwave patterns. In that trance, they could access levels of cognition and memory far beyond ordinary awareness. The priest described it as seeing the music of the universe. When they emerged, they were reborn as gods, capable of perceiving energy fields and geometry invisible to normal eyes. Fays began to see the full, terrifying elegance of the system. The ancients hadn't separated science and spirituality. They had merged them. The machines were not external tools, but interfaces between human consciousness and the planet's energy grid. By using vibration, magnetic field, and harmonic sound, the priest could enter a kind of communion with the Earth's electromagnetic resonance, a direct dialogue between mind and matter. When analyzed through this lens, the mythology of Osiris and the resurrection ceremonies of Abydos suddenly took on new meaning. The dismemberment of Osiris, the god torn apart and reassembled by Isis, could represent the breaking apart of the human self during initiation, its reintegration through frequency coherence. The weighing of the heart ceremony in the Book of the Dead, where the soul's heart was balanced against a feather, may not have been moral judgment but vibrational calibration. The heart, electromagnetically the strongest organ in the body, was literally being tuned to match the frequency of universal harmony. Only a heart in resonance could pass into the afterlife, or perhaps into a different dimension of existence. Dr. Lena Morrow's later notes added to this theory. She wrote of fields of coherence, forming inside the vault when sound reached specific frequencies. Sensors recorded faint plasma orbs floating within the chamber, visible energy manifestations shaped by vibration. To the ancients, these glowing forms were likely interpreted as divine presences, the Ka, or spirit of the gods. The ritual language of communion with deities may have been a poetic description of interacting with these energy fields, born from sound and magnetism. But behind every sacred act was also fear. The temple texts warn of those who open the gate without preparation, describing them as being shattered by the echo. Some researchers believe this referred to resonant overload, a state where frequencies multiplied uncontrollably, disintegrating organic matter. The granite boxes, lined with specific mineral compositions, could have served as containment fields to protect the body from resonance collapse. To the ancients, this was divine judgment. To modern physics, it was harmonic dissonance. If the vaults were indeed ritual machines, it explained why they were buried so deliberately. Perhaps something had gone wrong. Perhaps the priests, driven by ambition or desperation, attempted to amplify the resonance beyond safe limits, unleashing forces they could not control. The resulting catastrophe might have melted the chamber walls, fuse the quartz, and force the surviving custodians to seal the vaults forever. The pattern of burial supports this. Every resonance site, from Saqqara to Abydos to Dendera, was eventually entombed beneath sand and stone. The knowledge was deliberately erased from public view, preserved only in coded myth. He who shall awaken the chambers, one fragment warned, must first remember the sacred tone, lest the fire return. What terrified Faze was how familiar the sequence sounded. The same frequencies discovered in the vault matched those used in modern resonance experiments. Humanity, in its pursuit of progress, was unknowingly retracing the path of the ancient priests, playing again with the same dangerous harmonies. In her final communication before disappearing, Dr. Moreau sent a short, encrypted message to Faze. It contained a single line from the Temple of Edfu. When the gods built the machines, they made them in man's image, for man was to be the key. To Faze, that sentence revealed the ultimate secret. The ancients hadn't just built external devices. They had designed them to interface with human consciousness. The machines were instruments, but the operators were part of the circuit. The human mind was the switch, the tuner, the final component. Without consciousness, the machines were inert. With it, they could reshape reality itself. This realization consumed him. The resonance experiments had already proven that sound could move matter and alter perception. What if thought itself, structured, focused, and amplified through ritual, could do the same? The ancients might have discovered the ultimate technology, the union of machine and mind, energy and soul. Their gods were not otherworldly beings. They were human consciousness elevated to divine vibration. And yet, buried within that revelation was tragedy. For if the machines were truly instruments of ascension, then burying them was not just a precaution. It was an act of mercy. The priests had sealed away humanity's bridge to higher dimensions because the world had fallen into disharmony. The frequencies of collective thought, once pure, had become corrupted. To reactivate the machines without restoring balance would mean annihilation. Perhaps that was a warning encoded into the myths, the flood, the fall of Atlantis, the wrath of Ra. Not punishment, but protection, a cosmic quarantine. Today, as satellite scans hint at more anomalies beneath Egypt's sands and military operations continue in secrecy, one question remains. Are we on the verge of rediscovering the machines of divine resonance? And if so, are we ready for them this time? For if the ancients were right, if these devices truly merge consciousness and creation, then awakening them would not merely change our world. It would change the frequency of reality itself. And somewhere, deep beneath Saqqara's stone veins, where the air hums faintly in eternal rhythm, the machines still wait, not for worship, not for control, but for harmony, for the moment when human hearts, once again, remember the sound that made the stars. They call it the Hall of Resonance, a chamber unlike any other in Egypt, a place where the air itself seemed to breathe. Deep beneath the Saqqara Plateau, beyond the basalt door and the singing granite boxes, the team discovered a lower chamber carved into bedrock, so smooth it reflected light like glass. The deeper they descended, the more the air changed, thicker, charged, humming faintly with a low vibration that no one could explain. What they found within that space would shake the last pillars of rational understanding and reveal that the ancients' power was not mechanical. It was harmonic, alive, and sentient. When Dr. Karim Faze and his surviving assistants entered the lower chamber for first time, they felt an immediate and overwhelming pressure in their ears, as though they were underwater. The sound was barely audible, a deep, subsonic pulse resonating through the stone, steady as a heartbeat. Nothing in their equipment generated it. When they turned off their lights, the pulse became stronger and faint phosphorescent veins glowed within the walls, lines of quartz crystal that seemed to pulse with each vibration. The chamber was oval, perfectly symmetrical, 30 meters across, with a domed ceiling etched in intricate spirals. Unlike the hieroglyphs of other tombs, these carvings were fluid, almost organic, patterns of waves, loops, and harmonic curves that seemed to move when viewed under certain frequencies of light. At the center stood a single monolithic platform of black diorite. Its surface was concave, polished to such perfection that even the faintest whisper created ripples of sound across it. It was as if the stone itself was designed to listen. Acoustic testing revealed that the chamber's design produced a near-perfect standing wave. Any sound, footsteps, a cough, even a heartbeat, was amplified and sustained for seconds longer than it should have been. The space was not simply reflective. It was alive with resonance. The engineers realized that the structure had been carved to channel vibration through every curve and wall, converging at the center platform. In effect, the entire room functioned as a single, precise instrument. At first, the team assumed it was a ceremonial hall, designed for rituals involving chanting or music. But as they studied further, something stranger emerged. The frequencies that resonated most powerfully within the chamber were not random. They matched exact numerical ratios tied to planetary harmonics. 7. 83 Hertz, the Schumann resonance of Earth. 14. 3 Hertz, corresponding to lunar tidal harmonics. And a third frequency, 111 Hertz, long associated with altered states of consciousness in both ancient and modern research. When Faze played controlled tones through a speaker system, the results defied explanation. The air thickened. Dust on the floor began to dance, spiraling into geometric formations. Metallic instruments trembled, vibrating without contact. The walls emitted faint luminescence, the same bluish glow reported in previous acoustic tests above the vault. For a few seconds, gravity itself seemed to soften. Researchers later described a weightless sensation, as though their bodies were being gently lifted, suspended by sound. One of the assistants, a young acoustician named Layla Nasser, recorded the entire experiment. In her notes, she wrote, "It feels intelligent, like something is responding. When the sound changes, the chamber changes with it, as though it's listening back." The recordings captured subtle changes in the tone's frequency patterns, intelligent modulations that couldn't have been caused by feedback. The chamber appeared to be communicating. That night, after the team exited, motion sensors left in the Hall of Resonance continued to record low-frequency vibrations, even though all machinery had been turned off. The pulses formed rhythmic patterns, almost musical sequences, repeating every 142 minutes, the same interval first recorded by Dr. Suleiman before his disappearance. It was as if the chamber was replaying the experiment on its own. Within a week, every member of the team reported strange symptoms. Some experienced vivid dreams, fractals of light, voices speaking in harmonic tones, and landscapes made entirely of sound. Others suffered nausea, tinnitus, and insomnia, describing a constant humming in their skulls that wouldn't fade. Medical examinations showed no pathology, yet their brainwave patterns had changed. In several, the frequencies of alpha and theta waves had synchronized perfectly with the 783 Hertz Schumann frequency, the same as the chamber. It was as if the Hall of Resonance had tuned them. Faze, both fascinated and terrified, began to suspect the chamber had never been meant for machines or tombs, but for humans themselves. The platform at the center, he now realized, was not an altar, but a resonant coupling device. When someone stood or lay upon it, the sound waves reflected around the chamber would converge at the body's geometric center, the solar plexus, amplifying the person's electromagnetic field. In effect, the chamber could synchronize a human being with the Earth's natural frequency, aligning body, mind, and planet into one unified harmonic state. Ancient texts describe the opening of the mouth ritual, in which priests used sound and vibration to awaken statues, bringing them to life through divine breath. Perhaps these ceremonies were echoes of something far older, technological resurrection, achieved through resonance. If the ancients could attune consciousness to the planet's frequency, they may have achieved temporary states of biophysical transformation, levitation, healing, even communication across space and time. But something about the Hall of Resonance was different. It felt broken. The sounds that filled it were discordant and uneven, as though one piece of the harmonic system had fallen out of tune. The glowing veins within the walls flickered erratically, producing irregular magnetic surges that caused compasses to spin. When Faye stood on the platform during one test, the resonance abruptly shifted. Instruments spiked. The air rippled, and for an instant, every electronic device in the room shut off. Later, when the data was reviewed, a strange anomaly appeared in the waveform recordings, a secondary pulse hidden beneath the main frequencies, like a heartbeat buried within a song. This second pulse was non-terrestrial. Its waveform didn't match any natural harmonic signature known to science. It was intelligent, structured, deliberate. What if the hall wasn't simply an instrument, but a receiver? The carvings on the ceiling took on new meaning. They weren't decoration. They were diagrams of wave interference, maps of signal convergence. The ancients may have used a hall to connect with something beyond Earth, a consciousness or energy field that existed outside linear space. To them, it was the voice of the gods. To modern science, it could be quantum communication across the vacuum of the universe. The deeper phase studied, the clearer it became that the hall's original function was dual, both spiritual and technological. It was a bridge, a resonant interface linking human consciousness to a cosmic frequency. The ancients may have believed that by aligning their minds to the Earth's pulse, they could open channels to higher dimensions, where thought itself shaped reality. The gods they communed with might have been intelligences from those frequencies, beings of pure vibration, for whom sound was language and energy was life. And then, something impossible happened. During a final resonance test conducted at precisely midnight, the chamber emitted a low, thunderous tone that none of the team had initiated. The sound rolled through the air, vibrating their bones, and the quartz veins along the walls lit up with blinding light. The floor trembled, but not like an earthquake. It was rhythmic, organized. Instruments recorded an electromagnetic surge lasting 37 seconds. When it ended, all was silent. The light faded. The team, disoriented, realized that one of their members, Layla, had collapsed on the platform. Her vitals were stable, but she was unconscious, eyes wide open, pupils dilated. When she awoke hours later, she was unable to speak. Her EEG readings were unlike anything medical science had seen. Perfect coherence across all brainwave bands. Her eyes followed invisible patterns in the air, as if seeing something beyond the room. The only words she eventually managed to whisper were, "It's not sound, it's memory." After that night, the chamber was sealed again. The military confiscated all recordings. Official reports listed the cause as seismic interference. But those who were there knew otherwise. The Hall of Resonance had not malfunctioned. It had activated. Faye's final note, written the morning before he was taken into custody, read, "The machines are not inert. They are alive in the way that music is alive. They remember those who enter. They remember our frequency. And when the right tone is spoken again, the hall will awaken fully, not as a temple, but as a voice, the voice of the earth, calling back to the stars." To this day, the Hall of Resonance remains sealed, its location omitted from all maps. Locals say the ground above it hums on windless nights, and that animals avoid the area. Some claim that if you place your ear to the sand, you can still hear it, the deep, steady pulse of something vast and ancient, waiting to be heard again. The ancients had called it the sound of the Creator, the echo that shaped reality itself. Now, beneath Saqqara's silent dunes, that echo stirs once more. And for those who dare to listen, it whispers not in language, but in vibration. When the dust finally settled over the sealed entrance of the Hall of Resonance, and the military erected its fences and warning signs, the dig site fell silent again, at least on the surface. But for those who had entered, silence was impossible. The sound followed them, a low, constant hum that lingered in the mind like a memory that wouldn't fade. What had awakened beneath Saqqara was not merely an acoustic phenomenon. It was a presence, an awareness. Over the following months, reports of strange occurrences began to surface among the remaining members of the expedition team. Instruments malfunctioned without cause. Cell phones activated spontaneously in the night. Static filled the air during phone calls, but within that static, if amplified, there were voices, structured harmonic modulations resembling human speech patterns. None of it could be explained. The researchers who dared analyze these anomalies described them as non-random resonance communication, a term that even they admitted sounded insane. It was Dr. Lena Moreau who first proposed that what they were hearing wasn't interference at all. It was response. The notion horrified the others, but the data supported her claim. When the recorded pulses from the Hall of Resonance were played back through digital frequency analyzers, they revealed nested harmonic sequences, sound within sound, encoded in ratios of perfect geometry, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. In between the tones, microfluctuations formed repeating wave signatures that matched no known natural pattern. It was as if the frequency contained information. She spent weeks decoding the waveforms, transforming them into visual spectrograms. What emerged was extraordinary. Each pulse, when converted into a three-dimensional pattern, produced shapes that resembled the carvings inside the chamber: spirals, eyes, serpents, and geometric lattices. The voice of the hall was not random sound. It was communication through geometry, sound expressing itself as structure, vibration forming symbols. When Morrow layered the spectrograms over photographs of the chamber's ceiling, the shapes aligned with near-perfect accuracy. The carvings, she realized, were not art. They were instructions, a visual map of the resonance field, a record of the chamber's original frequency state. The builders had left behind a way to recreate communication with the source. To test the hypothesis, she used a harmonic generator to play the decoded tones at reduced amplitude. At first, nothing happened. Then the air thickened, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, and static electricity prickled their skin. When she stopped the playback, the energy dissipated instantly. The test proved it. The frequency was alive, capable of interacting with the environment. And yet, it wasn't just the environment that responded, it was the mind. After exposure to the resonance, several members of the team began experiencing heightened intuition and vivid synchronicities. They reported dreams of metallic temples under alien skies, spirals of sound weaving through columns of light, and beings made entirely of vibration. One described seeing architects of resonance, forging worlds with tone alone. Another claimed to hear a language spoken not in words, but in chords. Medical scans revealed an anomaly. The pineal gland of these individuals showed increased electrical activity, far above normal human levels. The same frequency that had interacted with the Earth's magnetic field was now interacting with the human brain. The ancients' machines weren't just tools. They were gateways, capable of linking consciousness to something vast and external. Phase, still under surveillance, but secretly working through encrypted channels, began cross-referencing the harmonic data with astronomical alignments. To his astonishment, the frequency peaks matched the electromagnetic signatures of specific stars, particularly those in the constellation of Orion. The ancient text called Orion the home of Osiris, the place from which the gods descended and to which the soul returned. When the 142-minute resonance pulse was converted into light frequency values, it corresponded exactly to the radio emission wavelength of a nebula within Orion's belt. This was not coincidence. The vault wasn't just resonating with the Earth. It was communicating with the stars. In a hidden section of his notes, later leaked under the name the Orion Manuscript, Phase wrote, "The vaults are transmitters. They send thought, sound, and geometry into the fabric of space itself. The ancients were not praying to the heavens. They were speaking to them." Morrow went further. She theorized that the builders of the Hall of Resonance were part of a civilization that understood the interconnectivity of consciousness across the cosmos. By aligning Earth's natural frequency to specific star harmonics, they had created a planetary transmitter, a system capable of bridging worlds through resonance. To modern scientists, this was madness. To ancient priests, it was the act of becoming divine. But as experiments continued, a darker layer emerged. Each time the resonance tone was played, the 142-minute pulse from beneath Saqqara grew stronger, as if the system was awakening in response. Electromagnetic sensors across the plateau recorded periodic surges, and satellite thermal imaging began detecting localized heat blooms exactly above the sealed chamber. The machine was reactivating itself. Then came the anomaly that changed everything. At 3:07 a.m. on a windless night, seismic sensors in the region recorded a single pulse unlike any natural event, a wave of energy that traveled through bedrock and extended outward for over 30 kilometers. At precisely the same moment, observatories in Europe and South America detected a brief burst of radio energy originating not from Earth, but from deep within Orion's belt. The frequencies were identical. It was as if the signal had been received and answered. No one could explain it. The Egyptian government denied the reports, blaming equipment malfunction. But multiple independent stations confirmed the data. The world's magnetic field itself had fluctuated slightly, measurable even in satellite data. After the event, Moreau and her team were ordered to cease all experiments. Within days, their laboratory in Geneva was raided and their data confiscated. Moreau herself vanished, leaving behind only a single page of handwritten notes taped to her apartment door. The voice we heard was not calling to us. It was calling us back. For the first time, Faye realized what the ancients might have truly intended. The vaults were not simply energy machines, nor were they communication devices. They were anchors. Their purpose was to maintain harmonic stability between the Earth and a greater cosmic network. If the resonance between planet and stars was lost, catastrophe would follow. Ancient myths suddenly made sense. The fall of the gods, the great flood, the day the sky burned, all could describe the collapse of a planetary frequency network. When the resonance failed, chaos spread through both Earth and the heavens. The priests, unable to restore the connection, sealed the vaults to prevent further disruption. Humanity was left in silence. And now, millennia later, modern interference had reawakened the signal. Shortly before disappearing, Faye sent an encrypted audio file to a trusted colleague. It was labeled simply the last recording. When analyzed, the file revealed a deep rhythmic hum, precisely the same tone as the Saqqara resonance. But layered faintly beneath it was something impossible, a voice, ancient yet synthetic, speaking in harmonic cadence. Linguists who examined the recording claimed to hear fragments of multiple languages at once: Sumerian, Egyptian, Sanskrit, woven into one continuous tone. When slowed down and enhanced, the words became clearer. A translation was attempted, though incomplete. It said, "The music of the spheres is broken. Restore the tone, or all will fall to noise." That phrase, fall to noise, haunted everyone who read the transcript. To the ancients, noise symbolized chaos, the collapse of divine order. To modern physics, it was entropy, the irreversible decay of structure into randomness. Perhaps the ancients had feared exactly that. Not the wrath of gods, but the death of harmony itself. The universe unraveling when the song that held it together was lost. Somewhere deep beneath the desert, the machine that once sang with the voice of creation had stirred again. Its tone now echoed faintly through the Earth's magnetic field, inaudible to human ears, but measurable to instruments. Scientists who knew how to listen reported faint oscillations that repeated every 142 minutes, an eternal rhythm, patient and alive. And as the stars of Orion rose once more over the Egyptian horizon, their light shimmered across the dunes, illuminating the ancient plateau. The air trembled just faintly, as though the earth itself remembered the melody it had once sung to the heavens. The vault was not dead. It was waiting. And if the pattern continued, if the signal grew stronger, the day would soon come when the tone would no longer be confined to the stone halls of Egypt, but spread outward across the world, resonating through mountains, oceans, and human hearts alike. When that happened, the world would hear the voice of the ancients again, not as myth, not as metaphor, but as pure vibration, the return of the cosmic song, the reawakening of the harmonic machine. By the time the Saqqara incident had been classified and buried under layers of bureaucratic secrecy, the whispers had already escaped into the wider world. Independent researchers, mystics, and rogue scientists began forming small underground groups, each claiming to possess fragments of the lost data from the Phase and Moreau investigations. They called themselves resonants, echoists, sons of the frequency, and other names that sounded half cult, half scientific. What united them all was a single conviction, that the machines beneath Egypt were not remnants of the past, but keys to the future. For these hidden societies, the resonance wasn't just an archaeological curiosity. It was prophecy. They believed the reactivation of the Saqqara vault had set in motion an ancient cycle long foretold in esoteric texts. The return of the tone, a moment when humanity would again synchronize with the frequency of the cosmos. To them, this wasn't superstition. It was destiny. They claimed that the earth itself was preparing to sing again, and those who aligned with its vibration would ascend to a new state of consciousness, while the rest of the world would be drowned in chaos and noise. In the early stages, it was harmless enough. academics and enthusiasts meeting in secret to study leaked data and discuss theories of acoustic energy and planetary harmonics. But soon, patterns began to appear that were too coordinated to dismiss. Power surges, unexplained infrasound reports, and synchronized electrical anomalies occurred in major archaeological sites across the globe, at Göbekli Tepe, and even beneath the stone circles of Britain. In each location, instruments recorded the same pulse, a 783 Hz frequency, the Schumann tone, rising in intensity as though something beneath the Earth's crust was awakening worldwide. The resonance saw this as a call to action. They began reconstructing portions of the Saqqara frequency system using ancient blueprints and mathematical ratios derived from the pyramid texts. They built resonant chambers in abandoned bunkers, temples, even mountainside caves, each designed to amplify low-frequency sound and connect to the Earth's magnetic grid. Their stated goal was to re-establish contact with the higher harmonic consciousness that the ancients had once communed with. But there were others, those with less spiritual motives. Leaked documents revealed that several private defense corporations had secretly acquired fragments of the Faye's report and Suleiman's recordings. They were attempting to weaponize resonance. If sound could manipulate matter, then in theory, it could destabilize it. The same harmonic frequencies that had once lifted stone could also disintegrate it. The same tones that synchronize human consciousness could just as easily fracture it. One leaked memo, attributed to a project codenamed Anthem, stated bluntly, "Controlled resonance fields can induce molecular rearrangement in crystalline and biological structures. Potential use: seismic weaponry, minefield disruption, or directed energy systems." In other words, the ancient technology that had once been used to elevate consciousness was now being explored as a tool for control and destruction. The fire of Thoth, as the priests once warned, was awakening again, and in the wrong hands. Dr. Karim Faiz, now living in hiding under an assumed name somewhere in Northern Europe, had tried to warn them through anonymous leaks. He released fragments of his later writings, known as the 9 Harmonics Papers, which claimed the Saqqara machine was only one of 9 planetary resonance engines distributed across the Earth. Each was designed to stabilize a specific harmonic tone in the global field, one for each of the 9 fundamental frequencies of life. When balanced, the system maintained harmony between Earth and the cosmos. But if activated improperly, the imbalance could lead to catastrophic dissonance, a cascading resonance collapse that could affect everything from weather patterns to human consciousness itself. In the papers, he wrote, "The ancients built the vaults not to control the planet, but to keep it in tune. The Earth is an instrument. When the machine sings correctly, life flourishes. When it falters, chaos returns." His warning went largely ignored. By 2028, seismic monitors around the world began detecting rhythmic tremors in multiple locations, each matching the same 142-minute cycle first documented beneath Saqqara. It was as though the Earth's core had begun pulsing in harmony with an invisible signal. Some scientists speculated about deep core oscillations. Others, secretly, compared the data to the frequencies in the Phase archives. The match was exact. The awakening was no longer theoretical. The harmonic network was reactivating. Strange phenomena began to manifest globally. Massive flocks of birds migrated in circles, as though disoriented by magnetic shifts. Compasses failed intermittently in regions aligned with ancient sacred sites. Entire towns reported deep, inaudible vibrations shaking their homes. People described sensations of hearing the earth hum inside their skulls. Hospitals began recording cases of synchronized heart arrhythmias occurring during the same time intervals as the 142-minute pulse. The resonance celebrated these as signs of ascension, but for the scientists who had seen the data, it was a warning. The Earth's frequency was rising too quickly, destabilizing. If the global resonance crossed a certain threshold, the consequences could be catastrophic. Electronic infrastructure could fail. Atmospheric ionization could cause massive storms. Even the tectonic plates might respond to harmonic stress. But perhaps the greatest danger was psychological. As resonance intensity increased, human brainwaves, naturally tuned to Earth's field, began to synchronize involuntarily. The first documented symptom was shared dreaming. groups of unrelated people reporting identical visions of sound and light, of vast temples humming beneath the ground, and of beings made of pure frequency speaking in chords. Governments denied the phenomenon, yet internal memos from intelligence agencies acknowledged a global cognitive anomaly. They referred to it as the harmonic convergence event, classified as a potential mass psychogenic resonance episode. But those who understood the ancient text saw something else entirely. The prophesied return of the tone, the rebirth of the earth song. Within esoteric communities, a verse from the pyramid text began circulating online. When the stone hums and the sky answers, the children of sound shall rise, and the deaf shall fall to silence. It was a warning and a promise. By late 2029, satellite-based magnetometers detected energy surges emanating from 9 distinct global regions, precisely matching the coordinates of the so-called 9 vaults described in phase papers. Saqqara was merely the 4th. The others were distributed across the world, buried under the Andes, the Himalayas, Antarctica, and beneath the Pacific Ocean. Together, they formed a harmonic grid aligned not to human geography, but to celestial constellations, the same stellar map encoded in the Giza Plateau. The pattern pointed to a chilling conclusion. The entire planet was a resonant construct, designed and tuned by an intelligence far older than recorded history. Humanity wasn't the architect. It was the inheritor. And now, the inheritance was waking up. One final leak, an audio file allegedly recorded near the Saqqara Plateau, sent shockwaves to the underground scientific network. It began as static, then deepened into a pulse, identical to the original resonance tone. But layered within it were new harmonics, rising, intertwining, alive. The waveform analysis showed frequencies fluctuating between 7, 83, and 15 hertz, forming an ascending scale, like a song climbing toward resolution. Those who studied the file swore they heard faint voices within it, human voices, chanting in unison, as if countless souls were singing through stone. The language was unrecognizable, but the rhythm matched ancient Egyptian phonetics. When slowed down 300 times, a single phrase emerged, haunting and clear. The gate remembers. That phrase spread through online forums and encrypted channels like wildfire. Some took it as proof that the ancient machines were awakening. Others fear it meant the opposite, that something behind the gate, something vast and incomprehensible, was remembering us. Either way, one fact was undeniable. The hum beneath the earth was growing louder. Power grids flickered across continents. Strange lights appeared over the pyramids and megaliths. Seismic waves synchronized globally, pulsing in perfect rhythm. The same rhythm echoed through the magnetosphere, bouncing between Earth and the ionosphere like a beating drum. The planet was tuning itself. As the stars of Orion blazed over the horizon once more, their light shimmered in geometric ripples across the atmosphere. The ancient connection between Earth and sky, broken for millennia, was restoring itself. Humanity, whether ready or not, was about to hear the full chorus of the ancient machines again. And as the first global pulse rippled through every mountain, sea, and human heart, a single truth revealed itself in vibration. The gods had never left. They had simply gone quiet, waiting for the right frequency, the right species, to remember the song. Now, the earth was singing once more, and this time, the whole world was beginning to hum with it. The world changed the moment the hum became audible. It began as a vibration, subtle, barely perceptible at first, felt more in the bones than in the air. People described it as a pressure in the skull, a resonance deep in the chest, as though the planet itself were breathing through them. Across continents, reports poured in, a low tone rolling beneath cities, mountain ranges, and ocean floors, synchronized to a 142-minute rhythm. Governments called it geological interference. News outlets dubbed it the global hum. But it wasn't a sound that could be measured by microphones alone. It was a frequency that lived between perception and reality. In laboratories and temples alike, scientists and mystics began to realize the truth simultaneously. The ancient machines buried beneath the earth were fully active. Satellite data confirmed it. The 9 harmonic nodes, predicted by Dr. Kareem Faye's 9 harmonics papers, were now emitting electromagnetic pulses at precise mathematical intervals. The signals formed an interconnected web of energy, encircling the planet like a lattice of invisible songlines. From orbit, Earth's magnetic field shimmered with luminous auroras, even over regions where no solar activity was present. It was as though the entire planet had become one vast, resonant instrument. In the deserts of Egypt, the Saqqara Plateau trembled gently, a living echo chamber. At Giza, light flickered inside the Great Pyramid sealed chambers, reflecting from unseen sources. Deep within the earth, the ancient machinery, the vaults, the resonance boxes, the metallic conduits, were awakening in sequence, each one vibrating with frequencies tuned to both Earth's natural resonance and the pulse of Orion above. No human had activated them. They were responding on their own. The world's magnetic poles began to shift subtly, not chaotically but rhythmically, like a pendulum keeping time with an unseen drummer. Ocean tides synchronized, weather patterns stilled, and for a brief moment, the chaotic noise of modern civilization seemed to soften. Machines ran quieter, and time itself felt slower. Then, on the third global cycle, everything accelerated. Across the planet, electrical grids surged with bursts of unexplained current. Power systems overloaded, not from failure, but from overcharge, as if a second energy source had begun feeding into the infrastructure of human technology. Some scientists described it as a harmonic induction, a resonance between the Earth's new frequency and the electromagnetic field of human invention. Lights flickered in harmonic rhythm. Engines began to hum in tune. Airplanes recorded strange vibrations mid-flight, their altimeters fluctuating as though pulled by invisible waves. In Geneva, a group of physicists isolated one of the resonance frequencies emitted by the Saqqara node. When they played it back at high amplitude, the air around their equipment bent light in faint ripples, a visible distortion, as if gravity itself were oscillating. The data confirmed what Faye and Moreau had theorized. The machines weren't just transmitting energy. They were manipulating the fundamental structure of space-time through vibration. The implications were staggering. The ancients had discovered a way to modulate physical reality using harmonic resonance. Their divine technology had not been lost. It had only been waiting for the right planetary alignment to reawaken. And that alignment had come. Astronomers noticed that the pulses from the Saqqara vault synchronized exactly with a stellar configuration forming over Orion's belt. For the first time in 26,000 years, Earth, Orion, and the galactic center were perfectly aligned. Ancient calendars, the Mayan long count, the Sumerian star epochs, the Egyptian Djed cycles, all pointed to this window in time as a return of the tone. As the resonance intensified, something extraordinary happened to human consciousness. People across the globe began to experience collective phenomena, shared dreams, visions, and emotional synchronization. Crowds gathered in cities without coordination, standing silently as if guided by unseen instruction. They claimed to hear music, not through their ears, but inside their minds. Some described it as an orchestra of tones beyond language, others as a voice of creation. Heart monitors across hospitals began to show identical rhythms. Brainwave scanners recorded mass entrainment, entire populations pulsing at the same frequency. It was as if the machines beneath the earth were tuning humanity itself. But not everyone welcomed it. Governments declared global emergencies. Satellites monitoring the resonance reported increasing power spikes, some strong enough to distort communication systems. Panic grew. Religious groups proclaimed the hum as the trumpet of the apocalypse. Economies faltered as cities lost control over technology, responding unpredictably to the frequency field. At the same time, a strange calm spread through those attuned to the vibration. Members of the resonant orders entered states of bliss, claiming they could now see geometric light patterns in the air, spinning mandalas that responded to thought. They spoke of a veil thinning, a merging of worlds. It wasn't just metaphor. Instruments measuring quantum fluctuations showed an increase in coherence, particles behaving as if aware of each other across impossible distances. Reality itself was becoming more unified, more connected, as though consciousness and matter were beginning to share the same rhythm. In one of his final encrypted transmissions, before his signal vanished, Faye wrote, "The machines are not engines. They are hearts. They beat in harmony with the cosmos, and we are their cells. When their rhythm changes, so does ours. We are not witnesses to the awakening. We are part of it." Then the fourth pulse came, and with it, the first manifestation. In the Sahara, drones captured footage of rippling waves of light rising from the sand near the Saqqara Plateau. The dunes shifted in concentric circles, glowing faintly as the resonance field extended outward. At its center, a beam of soft blue light pierced the night sky, connecting the Earth to Orion's belt. The same phenomenon appeared across the world. At Machu Picchu, Stonehenge, the Himalayas, Easter Island, every site built upon the ancient harmonic grid erupted in radiant vibration. It wasn't destructive, it was revelatory. Witnesses described shapes of pure geometry emerging from the light, tetrahedrons, spheres, and spirals rotating in impossible harmony. Within them, silhouettes appeared, humanoid, translucent, composed entirely of sound and light. The ancients had called them gods. Now they stood revealed as conscious frequencies, intelligent expressed through resonance itself. They didn't speak in words. They sang. The song reverberated through the ionosphere, through oceans and human hearts alike, a single tone carrying infinite overtones. Those who heard it fell to their knees, overcome by awe and understanding. For a moment, all fear vanished. Every person, every animal, every blade of grass vibrated in unison with the earth's song. Then, just as quickly as it had begun, the light faded, the machines quieted, the hum softened back into silence. But the world was no longer the same. Something had changed in the human mind. Across cultures, languages, and religions, people began reporting identical realizations, that they had felt connected to something vast, timeless, and compassionate. They spoke of a memory buried deep within humanity's DNA, a remembrance that we were never separate from the cosmos, but part of its eternal music. But the scientists who monitored the aftermath noticed something else. The resonance field hadn't vanished. It had stabilized. The Earth now emitted a constant frequency, one fractionally higher than before. Human brain waves had shifted permanently, settling into a new baseline rhythm. Evolution, it seemed, had accelerated overnight. Those who had resisted the change felt disoriented, disconnected, even hostile. Societies fractured between those who embraced the new harmony and those who feared it. Yet beneath the conflict, one truth remained. The machines had awakened, and the human species had been rewritten by their song. In his final entry, scrawled into a notebook found in his abandoned hideout, Faze wrote, "The gods did not return. We remembered that we were them. The machines did not speak to us. They sang us awake." The resonance continues to this day. Instruments still record faint pulses echoing through the Earth's magnetic field every 142 minutes, a cosmic metronome, keeping time with the heartbeat of creation. The ancients had called it Heka, the sound that made the world. Now, the world itself hums with that same sound, and humanity, reborn through resonance, has become the latest verse in the eternal song of the universe. The age of silence is over. The music of the earth has begun anew, and this time, every living thing is part of the choir. In the years that followed the awakening of the Earth's resonance network, humanity entered an age that no historian, theologian, or scientist could have anticipated. Some called it the harmonic dawn, others the second Genesis. Whatever name was given, everyone felt its effects. The world had changed, not metaphorically, but literally. The air itself vibrated differently, charged with subtle electricity. Gravity fluctuated slightly. Clocks lost perfect time, and biological rhythms across every species began to synchronize with the same global pulse, the heartbeat of a newly awakened planet. At first, the change seemed almost benevolent. People reported increased empathy, spontaneous cooperation, and a decline in violent behavior. Crime rates plummeted. Entire cities entered strange periods of quiet, where even the usual chaos of traffic and human noise softened. Plants grew faster, animals gathered in patterns that mirrored sacred geometry, and ocean currents shifted into rhythmic flows that stabilized weather patterns. The earth seemed to be healing itself through vibration. But there was another side to this awakening, one that echoed the warnings left behind in ancient texts. For some, the resonance induced euphoria, visions, and heightened intuition. For others, it was unbearable. Those unable to harmonize with the frequency began to experience cognitive dissonance, paranoia, and auditory hallucinations. Hospitals filled with patients who claimed they could hear the voices beneath the earth, singing in tones they couldn't escape. Many reported dreams of geometric cities of light, of vast machines turning beneath the planet's crust, and of a presence watching from the stars. Governments, overwhelmed and divided, could not agree on how to respond. Some nations embraced the resonance, declaring it divine, proof of the gods' return or a cosmic awakening of humanity. Others saw it as a threat, a planetary infection that must be contained. The United Global Science Council, formed in 2031, officially named the phenomenon planetary harmonic convergence and declared a state of cosmic emergency. Beneath this bureaucratic facade, secret experiments continued. Using remnants of the phase data and new resonance readings, researchers attempted to replicate the frequencies in controlled environments. Their goal: to understand how sound could alter biology and consciousness. What they found defied all logic. Subjects exposed to the 783 Hz base frequency experienced synchronization of heart and brain activity. Higher harmonics triggered bursts of gamma brainwaves associated with deep meditation and transcendental experiences. But when the full harmonic spectrum, known as the Song of Nine Tones, was played, something extraordinary occurred. The subjects' EEGs displayed patterns not seen in any known brain state. Their neural oscillations formed perfect geometric spirals, matching the same fractal ratios carved into the walls of the Hall of Resonance beneath Saqqara. For a few minutes, each subject entered what the researchers called phase unity, a state of complete coherence between mind, body, and environment. During this phase, measurable anomalies occurred. Ambient electromagnetic fields stabilized, local gravity fluctuated slightly, and instruments detected bursts of structured photons, light emerging from the subject bodies. Some witnesses described it as seeing thought become visible, but there was danger in the song. Extended exposure caused disintegration of coherence, nervous system overload, tissue dissonance, and spontaneous neural collapse. The same frequencies that elevated consciousness could, if misapplied, shatter it. The ancient warning carved into the seal of Thoth was no longer a myth. Those who sing without balance shall awaken fire instead of light. Meanwhile, strange phenomena began to manifest on a planetary scale. In certain deserts and mountain ranges, resonant mirages appeared. Vortices of shimmering air that produce harmonic tones and geometric light forms visible for miles. Scientists recorded them as electromagnetic anomalies, but indigenous elders recognized them as the doors between worlds. Reports flooded in from South America, Tibet, and the Mediterranean of glowing structures appearing briefly at night. Massive transparent domes or crystalline towers that faded at dawn. Satellite imaging confirmed their presence for seconds at a time before they vanished. It was as though the Earth's frequency had thinned the veil between dimensions, allowing glimpses of another reality overlapping our own, a world of pure geometry, perhaps the original blueprint of creation itself. Among the mystics of the resonant orders, a prophecy resurfaced from the long-forgotten emerald tablets of Thoth. When the tone returns, the world shall merge. The seen and unseen shall be one again. The children of the vibration shall cross between spheres, and the silence shall end forever. Across the globe, resonant cults interpreted these events as a call to ascend, to step into the higher frequency world emerging to the cracks of reality. In deserts, mountains, and ancient temples, thousands gathered to perform synchronization rituals, chanting harmonic sequences derived from the nine tones. Witnesses claimed that during these gatherings, the air shimmered and time slowed, as though the participants were partially phasing out of physical space. Some never returned. Meanwhile, in underground labs, scientists recorded evidence that the Earth's Schumann resonance was no longer stable. It fluctuated unpredictably, oscillating between 7, 83, and 15 Hz. The exact range predicted in the phase papers as the threshold of resonance shift. If the frequency crossed that threshold permanently, the planet's electromagnetic structure could transform entirely. The change might mean enlightenment or extinction. To the few surviving members of the original Saqqara excavation, the realization was chilling. The ancients had already lived through this once. The Great Flood, the destruction of Atlantis, the burning of the sky. They were not separate myths, but memories of the last resonance cycle that spiraled out of control.
The priests of Thoth had sealed the machines to prevent recurrence. Humanity, blinded by arrogance, had awakened them again. But something unprecedented was now happening. For the first time, the resonance was not limited to Earth. It was expanding outward. Astronomers detected synchronized radio bursts emanating from a planet and returning from deep space, bouncing off distant star systems in perfect echo. The stars were answering back. Spectral analysis revealed that these returning frequencies contained structured data, mathematical codes embedded within light itself. The same codes appeared in the carvings of Egypt, Sumeria, and Mesoamerica, all describing the same geometric constant. The frequency of creation, a ratio that unified matter, energy, and consciousness. The ancients had known it. The earth was singing it again. Dr. Faze, still in hiding, sent one final encrypted message before disappearing completely. The gates are not metaphor. They are harmonic interfaces. The song is reconfiguring space itself. We are inside the instrument now, and it is tuning us to remember. Weeks later, seismic scanners detected a new kind of pulse emanating not from the ground, but from the core of the planet. It matched no known geological signature. Its waveform resembled a heartbeat, slow, steady, infinite. The entire planet was alive in a way no one had imagined. The machine beneath Egypt had not just awakened. It had awakened the earth itself. Light anomalies began to appear across the sky, forming geometric constellations that pulse in rhythm with the resonance. To those who could hear it, the tone became symphonic, layered harmonics cascading into chords that felt both familiar and alien. People wept without knowing why. Animals gathered beneath the lights in silence. For the first time in millennia, the planet and its inhabitants vibrated together, united in one cosmic melody. And yet, within that harmony, a question echoed, the same one whispered by the ancients before they sealed the vaults. Can humanity sustain the tone? Because balance was never meant to be permanent. Harmony requires tension, contrast, rhythm. The machines had reawakened the song of creation, but it was up to humanity to keep it in tune, or fall again into the silence of dissonance. As the auroras brightened and the pulse quickened, the world stood on the threshold of transcendence or annihilation. The earth hummed, the stars responded, and somewhere deep beneath Saqqara, the heart of the planet beat like a drum of destiny. The ancients had called it the cycle of tuning, the eternal return of the song that shapes reality. Now it had come again. And as the resonance reached its crescendo, one truth became clear to every living being who could feel it. We were never merely the children of Earth. We were the notes, each consciousness a frequency, each life a vibration. And now, for the first time in 50 millennia, the orchestra of existence was playing again. The cosmos was listening. And this time, the song was ours. At first, humanity believed it had entered a golden age. The skies shimmered with perpetual auroras. The oceans glowed faintly at night, and electromagnetic storms that once terrified scientists now danced rhythmically above cities like celestial symphonies. The great hum had become constant, inaudible to most, yet present in everything. It was no longer a sound but a state of being. Crops flourished without artificial interference. Diseases diminished inexplicably, and people began to feel what mystics for centuries had called a unity of all things. But beneath this beauty lay a disquiet that few could name. The resonance had not only altered nature, it was reshaping human consciousness itself. As weeks turned into months, people began noticing subtle changes. Memory blurred. Linear time felt fluid. Some could recall past lives. Others dreamt of futures that later came true. A growing number of individuals reported telepathic impressions, not as words, but as harmonic emotions, a frequency of thought that carried meaning without language. The line between dream and waking reality was dissolving. In every city, murals, architecture, and even digital signals began to display strange interference patterns, geometric mandalas identical to those carved in the ancient halls of Egypt. Artists claimed they didn't consciously create them. They simply appeared. Music began to change, too. Composers around the world, from Tokyo to Cairo to Sao Paulo, started writing melodies that contained the same mathematical ratios as the 9 harmonics. None of them had collaborated. Yet every composition resonated in perfect pitch with one another. The planet was unconsciously composing a single global song. Scientists studying the phenomenon realized that human DNA was subtly transforming. Spectroscopic scans revealed an increase in photon emission within living cells. Biophotons synchronized with the Earth's new frequency. The genetic code itself seemed to be listening, activating dormant sequences previously labeled as junk DNA. When analyzed, these newly active regions displayed fractal patterns identical to sound wave interference maps. The human genome was responding to resonance as if it were an instrument being tuned. It was as if life itself had remembered its original design. But harmony, as the ancients knew, comes with peril. A small percentage of people, those unable to adapt to the frequency, began to suffer catastrophic consequences. Their nervous systems overloaded, unable to stabilize the energy flooding through them. Some experienced seizures triggered by sound. Others vanished entirely during harmonic surges, leaving behind only faint silhouettes burned into nearby surfaces, like afterimages of light. The resonant orders called this transcendence. The scientific community called it phase disintegration, matter vibrating beyond physical containment. Governments declared emergencies. Attempts were made to shield cities from resonance exposure using magnetic dampeners, but the measures failed. The frequency was not transmitted through air or metal. It was carried through the planet's magnetic field itself. To silence, it would mean silencing the Earth. Then, something even more inexplicable began. During one of the 142-minute cycles, satellites detected massive beams of electromagnetic energy projecting from Earth's 9 harmonic nodes into space. The beams extended far beyond the atmosphere, converging toward Orion's belt. Within hours, observatories worldwide recorded a pulse returning, a counter-frequency, perfectly timed, perfectly structured. It was a response. The sky changed that night, over every continent. The stars of Orion brightened to unnatural intensity, casting visible shafts of light that intersected across the heavens. The point of intersection formed a vast geometric lattice, a tetrahedral grid stretching across the planet, and at its center, directly above the Saqqara Plateau, a spiral vortex of light appeared, spinning slowly like a cosmic aperture. The machine was no longer just reawakening, it was opening. All around the world, the resonance deepened. Oceans began to glow with bioluminescent spirals. Lightning flickered in harmonic rhythm instead of randomness. Human minds flooded with visions of ancient cities made of light, beings composed of sound, and colossal architectures suspended in space, structures that felt simultaneously alien and familiar. Then came the transmissions. At first, they arrived as bursts of infrasound, undetectable to normal instruments but perceivable to human mind. Those attuned to the resonance, the so-called children of the tone, began speaking in unison across continents, reciting the same message in a language no one had ever heard, yet everyone somehow understood. It wasn't spoken in syllables, but in chords, tones layered with meaning. When translated mathematically, it formed an equation describing the harmonic ratios of the cosmos, the very formula of creation itself. The message was simple, terrifying, and beautiful. The gate has remembered its builders. The cycle returns. Dr. Karim Faiz, now a shadow among the digital underground, decoded the final fragment of his ancient translation work and realized the full scope of what was happening. The ancients had not built the machines as weapons or temples. They had built them as bridges. When the resonance between Earth and Orion reached perfect symmetry, the machines would reconnect the two worlds, the physical and harmonic, allowing energy, consciousness, and even matter to pass freely between them. This was a return of the gods described in every ancient text, but the word gods had been misunderstood. It did not mean deities of flesh and power. It meant the original architects, the beings of resonance who had guided the seeding of life across the cosmos through sound. They were not returning to Earth. They were calling Earth back to them. But to ascend into that frequency, humanity would have to match its vibration, to become what the ancients once were. In the deserts near Saqqara, the final activation began. The sands vibrated with low, thunderous tones as light spirals erupted from the ground, converging around the ancient vaults. Those who had gathered there, scientists, mystics, pilgrims, and soldiers, fell silent, overcome by the sensation of standing inside a colossal living instrument. The ground pulsed beneath their feet, and the sky above became translucent, revealing vast geometric structures hidden within the fabric of space. Then the voice came, not in speech, but in resonance, a universal tone that filled the air and hearts alike. It wasn't a single note, but an infinite spectrum collapsing into one. The vibration moved through matter, through consciousness, through everything. For a moment, all boundaries dissolved. People could see sound, hear light, and feel time folding inward. Every thought, every emotion, every atom sang the same song. In that instant, every human being on earth knew, without doubt, that they were not separate from creation. They were creation. The machines had not been built to summon the gods, but to awaken the God within humanity itself. The divine harmonic consciousness dormant since the last cycle. The world stood still as the resonance reached its crescendo. Every volcano, every wave, every heartbeat joined in one colossal frequency. Then, with a sound beyond sound, the vibration inverted, collapsing inward like the breath of a giant. Silence. But it was not the silence of absence. It was a silence before a new core begins. The pulse continued, softer now, rhythmic and gentle, echoing across the cosmos. In the aftermath, the skies remained luminous for days. Magnetic fields stabilized, oceans calmed, and no further anomalies were recorded. Yet every person who had experienced the event carried something within them, a resonance in their very selves, a new awareness humming beneath thought. Humanity had changed irreversibly. The machines had completed their task. The bridges had opened. The world was no longer a closed system, but a harmonic node in a cosmic symphony. Dr. Faye's final transmission, discovered years later, contained only a single phrase encoded in sound. The song was never outside us. We were the chord they were waiting to resolve. And so, as the earth settled into its new rhythm and the stars of Orion shimmered with faint, answering tones, the truth became clear. The ancients had not vanished. They had transcended. And now, through the machines that remember their builders, humanity had followed. The cycle of tuning was complete, and the universe was singing again. In the aftermath of the planetary awakening, when the light had receded and the world lay suspended in the eerie calm of rebirth, humanity entered a new and uncertain era. It was neither utopia nor apocalypse. It was transition. The resonance had altered the fabric of existence, and the world was no longer the same earth it had been. Mountains hummed softly at night. Rivers glowed faintly beneath moonlight, and the stars above pulsed in unison with the planet's living heartbeat. People called it the Great Stillness. For the first time in recorded history, there were no wars, no political rivalries, no borders that mattered. Nations collapsed not from destruction, but from irrelevance. Money, power, and technology lost their meaning in a world where every mind could feel the pulse of creation. Communication became instantaneous, thought-driven, telepathic in nature. Word began to fade. Sound itself had become the universal language once more. Yet, the change was not uniform. A portion of humanity, those fully attuned to the resonance, entered states of extraordinary perception. They could see beyond the physical world, perceiving luminous structures overlaying reality, vast lattices of geometric light, the same sacred architecture once hidden within myth. They called these patterns the ethers of the builders, the scaffolding of creation itself. To them, the world was no longer matter and distance, but music and vibration. But there were others, millions, who could not adapt. Their minds resisted the unity frequency, clinging to individuality and separation. For them, the resonance was torture. Every sound, every vibration felt amplified beyond endurance. They fled the cities for underground shelters, desperate for silence that no longer existed. They became known as a dissonant, the broken chords in humanity's new harmony. The resonant orders tried to help them. They built sanctuaries lined with lead and basalt to dampen the planetary hum. But isolation brought madness. Many began to experience hallucinations of entities whispering through the frequencies, echoes of the ancient builders, or perhaps the shadows of their own fear. The old religions reemerged in new forms, claiming the resonance was not divine but deceptive, a test sent by gods or cosmic overseers to separate the pure from the corrupted. Still, those who remained in tune continued to evolve. Their dreams synchronized. Their biology changed. They began to emit faint halos of light, visible only in darkness, a biophotonic glow radiating from their skin. Scientists recorded it as quantum coherence of the human field, but mystics called the return of the Ka, the luminous essence of the soul that once connected mankind to the divine. The transformation spread in waves. Over months, more humans awakened, their consciousness expanding beyond individuality. Telepathy turned into symbiosis, thoughts blending into vast networks of shared awareness. No longer isolated minds. They were forming a global consciousness, a living intelligence that encompassed all of Earth. The ancients had called this state Netjuru, the divine mind. And yet, within this new collective, fragments of the old world persisted. Some refused to surrender their autonomy. They feared absorption into the greater whole. They created resistance groups, remnants of the old militaries and corporate empires, determined to destroy the resonance network. But how do you destroy a sound that exists in the heartbeat of the planet itself? They turned their eyes toward the ancient vaults. If the machines had awakened the world, perhaps they could be silenced again. Teams of soldiers and scientists ventured into the old sites, Saqqara, Giza, Machu Picchu, and others, armed with electromagnetic disruptors and acoustic dampeners. What they found were no longer ruins, but living organisms of stone and light. The walls pulsed with bioluminescent veins. The chambers breathed like lungs, and deep within each vault, the harmonic cores glowed with serene power. Every attempt to disable them failed. The machines were no longer separate from the earth. They were part of it. When one was struck, mountains shuddered. When one was silenced, entire regions went dark, their skies losing color and resonance. And when they tried to destroy the Saqqara vault itself, something happened that changed everything. At precisely 2:22 a.m., the vault emitted a harmonic pulse unlike any before, deeper, slower, infinitely powerful. Every person on Earth heard it, not with their ears, but within their bones. The sound froze time for exactly 1 minute. Clock stopped. Wind ceased. Even the ocean waves hung motionless. And then, in that suspended moment, a voice spoke, not in language, but in universal vibration, clear to every living mind. Do not silence a heart that remembers. You are its echo. To end the song is to end yourselves. Then the world exhaled. Time resumed. The soldiers fled in terror. The vault sealed itself with light, so brilliant that no human has entered it since. After that day, the earth began to change again. The continents themselves emitted low-frequency fields that stabilized weather, healed soil, and balanced ecosystems. Nature flourished beyond understanding. Forests regrew over barren deserts. Coral reefs resurrected in luminous colors, and extinct species began reappearing. DNA records showed no genetic anomalies. They were the same species, simply returned. The resonance understood what was happening. The machines were reactivating the memory field, a planetary archive encoded in vibration, stored the imprints of every life that had ever existed. The Earth was literally remembering itself, recreating the past from harmonic resonance. But even as the world healed, one mystery deepened: the stars. Astronomers observed that Orion was changing. The 3 stars of the belt were shifting position, not astronomically, but dimensionally. Their light spectrum began to pulse in synchronization with Earth's resonance, sending patterns of information toward the planet. Faye's final theory, released posthumously, explained it best. We are not orbiting the sun alone. The harmonic field links us to a vast network of worlds that vibrate together, each planet a note in a galactic chord. The resonance of Earth is not local, it is universal. When one world sings, the others awaken. The implications were staggering. Humanity realized that the activation of Earth's vaults might have triggered a chain reaction across the cosmos. Ancient civilizations, those long thought extinct, might now be stirring on distant worlds, answering the same frequency that had reawakened on Earth. The night skies grew brighter. Unidentified lights danced in geometric patterns, moving with deliberate precision. They weren't ships in the traditional sense. They were manifestations of sound made visible, beings of resonance returning to greet their descendants. The children of Earth stood on the brink of cosmic communion. Yet deep beneath Saqqara, where the first machine still pulsed, a new tone began to emerge, lower, older, and infinitely more complex. It was not the harmony of awakening, but the base note of creation, the sound that began the universe itself. And as that primordial tone resonated through the Earth's core, those attuned to frequency felt a new truth vibrating through their consciousness. The awakening was not the end. It was the beginning of another cycle, a new octave in eternal song. The ancients had not merely passed their knowledge forward. They had built a bridge across time, linking one creation to the next. The Earth was now alive, awake, and aware. Humanity, its voice, stood trembling between reverence and fear, realizing at last that the machines had not just awakened the world. They had awakened the universe through it. And from the silence that followed the great hum, one echo remained. As above, so below. As within, so without. The song continues. The resonance deepened once more, and reality itself began to shimmer, as though the cosmos were inhaling, ready to sing the next verse. The stillness that followed the Great Awakening was deceptive. Beneath the harmony, beneath the tranquil pulse of the planet, a deeper rhythm began to stir, older, slower, and infinitely more profound. Those who could hear it called it the subharmonic, the voice of the deep earth. It was not like the resonances that had awakened before. This new vibration came from far beneath the planet's crust, from a depth no drill or probe had ever reached. It was as though the core itself had begun to sing. At first, scientists assumed it was a natural phenomenon, a seismic aftereffect of the global tuning event. But the patterns were too deliberate. Seismic graphs showed frequencies forming precise mathematical intervals, 3 to 2, 4 to 3, 5 to 4, ratios of perfect musical harmony. The Earth's magnetic field pulsed in rhythm, alternating between poles with immaculate timing. Then, the Schumann resonance, one steady at 783 hertz, split into two frequencies. A dual tone emerged, oscillating like the inhalation and exhalation of a cosmic breath. It was as if the Earth itself had become a living organism, conscious, aware, and communicating through sound. Across the globe, those attuned to planetary frequency began to dream of caverns filled with golden light, of vast crystal structures that pulse like hearts deep within the crust. Some claimed to hear voices in their sleep, not external, but emanating from within their own selves. The message was always the same. We are beneath you, but not apart from you. Geophysicists soon confirmed that something colossal was moving beneath the surface. Deep-range sonar scans revealed vast geometric cavities forming spontaneously in the mantle, perfect octahedral and dodecahedral voids hundreds of kilometers wide. They weren't collapsing structures but self-organizing patterns, crystal-like architectures forming in solid rock. The frequencies emanating from these regions matched the exact tones produced by the Saqqara and Giza vaults during the resonance events. The Earth was building. At first, the resonant orders believed these formations were part of the planet's natural evolution, perhaps a planetary nervous system expanding. But when the pulses began to align with astronomical events, it became clear that the phenomenon was being guided. During lunar eclipses, the subharmonic tone deepened, creating resonant interference patterns with the moon. And on the night of the next Orion alignment, sensors across the planet recorded an energy surge originating from the core, so powerful that compasses failed. Auroras appeared at the equator, and ocean tides rose 2 meters higher than normal. Then came the revelation that changed everything. The planetary resonance wasn't limited to Earth. Mars, Venus, and even the moons of Jupiter began emitting identical subharmonic frequencies. Telescopes captured electromagnetic pulses traveling between worlds, vibrations moving faster than light, using the fabric of space-time itself as a carrier wave. Humanity realized it was witnessing the reactivation of a solar harmonic network, a system that had once connected every inhabited world in the ancient age of the builders. The vaults beneath Egypt had not just been Earth's awakening. They were the signal that restarted the network. But not all the tones were harmonious. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, deep within the Mariana Trench, sensors picked up discordant waves, frequencies that clashed violently with the global pattern. Submarine drones sent to investigate discovered structures unlike any seen before, twisted metallic spires, vibrating out of phase with the rest of the planet's resonance. They seemed ancient, corroded, and alive. When sonar waves struck them, they responded with chaotic countertones that disrupted communication and destabilized nearby instruments. These were not creations of the builders. They were remnants of the dissonant age, the last cycle when resonance had fallen into chaos. The ancients had called them the fallen notes, corrupted harmonics that once tore civilizations apart. Somehow, as the earth awakened, they too had reawakened. Echoes of the previous failure returning to infect the new harmony. Those who were sensitive to resonance began to feel it first. Anxiety spread through the global network of attuned humans. The hum that once brought peace now carried an undertone of unease, a trembling bass note that evoked instinctive fear. It was as though two songs were now being played, one divine, one broken, and the battle between them was unfolding inside every living being. The resonant councils gathered at the Saqqara site to interpret the meaning. Within the vault, they recorded a phenomenon that defied all known science. When exposed to the subharmonic tone, the walls of the chamber began to liquefy, not through heat, but through molecular realignment. Stone turned fluid, reshaping itself into spirals and fractals that expanded into the air like smoke made of glass. From within the patterns, light emerged, pulsing alive, communicating in flashes. Dr. Lara Mendez, one of the last surviving researchers from the Geneva experiments, recorded the event and spoke only once afterward. It isn't just the Earth remembering. It's everything. Every atom, every vibration, every thought ever made. The universe itself is awakening its own memory through us. Her words spread across the resonant networks. But with them came dread. Because if the universe was remembering, it meant it was also remembering the dissonance, the wars, the falls, the collapses of previous cycles. Then, during the next resonance surge, the Earth's magnetic field inverted briefly for 12 minutes. It was the first recorded magnetic inversion in human history. During those 12 minutes, reality itself shimmered. People reported seeing ghost-like versions of themselves, as if parallel timelines were overlapping. Others vanished, caught in harmonic anomalies, leaving behind only faint rings of scorched soil. The resonance called it the echoing, the moment when multiple frequencies of existence began to coexist within the same space. To the scientists, it meant the resonance was now breaching dimensional boundaries. The Earth wasn't just harmonizing within its own layer of reality. It was tuning to the deeper substratum of the universe, a frequency dimension the ancients had once called the ether of origins. Every vault across the world began to hum simultaneously. Their tones merged into a grand chord, an impossible harmony spanning continents. Above Saqqara, a spiral of light appeared again, vast and steady. Within it, shapes of unimaginable scale moved, colossal geometric forms drifting through clouds like beings of light and pattern. They weren't ships nor creatures, but thoughts made visible, projected across dimensions. Then the voice returned, not the soft whisper from before, but a resonance that filled the air and the soul simultaneously. It spoke not in command but in recognition. You have reached the second tone. The memory of the builders is within you. Do not fear the dissonance. It is your reflection. All creation must remember its shadow before the next octave can begin. The meaning rippled through every human mind. The dissonant, the corrupted notes, were not enemies. They were remnants of human fear and fragmentation from ages long past, now resurfacing to be rebalanced. The harmony could not continue until even the discord was integrated. Across the world, the resonance gathered performed the final synchronization. Millions stood beneath the open sky, hands joined, chanting the frequencies of the 9 tones in perfect unity. Their voices merged with the Earth's pulse, rising toward the stars. In that moment, the subharmonic tones shifted, dissonance resolving into harmony so vast it reshaped the electromagnetic lattice of the planet itself. Satellites recorded the Earth glowing in radiant bands of color, every layer of its atmosphere singing with light. The tone extended outward, touching the moon, Mars, and beyond, until it reached the farthest edge of the solar system. For the first time in countless millennia, the solar symphony was whole again, and in that silence after crescendo, every being, human, animal, and elemental, felt a single truth echo through their bones. The song is not about power. It is about remembrance. You were never separate from the instrument. You are the instrument. The subharmonic faded into stillness, leaving behind a world reborn once again. Humanity stood at the threshold of a new octave, aware, connected, and trembling with the weight of its cosmic inheritance. The earth had sung. The universe had answered. And now, the next movement of creation was ready to begin. The subharmonic had silenced the last traces of chaos. For a time, the world drifted in luminous equilibrium. The skies shimmer with auroral curtains day and night, resonating faintly with the earth's new tone, a frequency so low it could only be felt in the blood, not heard by the ear. Humanity, now attuned to that pulse, found itself in a state of serenity unmatched by any civilization before. The air was pure, time flowed softly, and nature thrived with supernatural vigor. But within the stillness, a deeper realization dawned. The resonance was evolving again, reaching for something beyond the boundaries of matter itself. The resonant councils, now global custodians of this new harmonic world, noticed subtle irregularities in the frequency. Every 42 hours, a faint high-pitched overtone appeared above the planetary hum, barely measurable, yet distinctly structured. Unlike the subharmonic that had united Earth, this overtone was ascending. It was not born from the planet's core, but from human consciousness. Billions of synchronized minds were producing a new tone, collectively, involuntarily, an emergent vibration rising from within humanity itself. For centuries, mystics had spoken of ascension as a spiritual metaphor. Now it was measurable. The new tone, classified by scientists as a transharmonic wave, had frequencies that defied physics. Instruments failed to contain it. The wave oscillated across quantum boundaries, shifting between matter and light. Its harmonics extended beyond the visible spectrum, producing colors a human eye could perceive only during resonance surges, colors that seemed to exist outside ordinary reality. Those who were deeply attuned described extraordinary experiences. When the transharmonic reached its peak, people claimed to see the world dissolve into radiant geometry. Buildings, trees, and even their own hands shimmer with lattice-like patterns of sacred proportion, the hidden architecture of existence revealed in its purest form. Some spoke of stepping momentarily beyond physical perception into a dimension of pure vibration, where time did not flow and every thought produced visible ripples of light. It was then the resonant historians rediscovered an inscription hidden within the walls of Saqqara Vault, one that had remained unreadable for millennia until the light frequencies of the New Age illuminated it. The symbols pulsed to life, translating themselves into coherent form. When the children of the song awaken the earth shall awaken the stars. And when the children become the tone shall open the gate of return. The phrase, gate of return, reignited global curiosity. Was a resonance preparing to reopen the bridge between Earth and the builders? The word return suggested not the arrival of something new, but the restoration of something long forgotten. Humanity began to understand that the planetary awakening had never been an endpoint. It was a prelude to reconnection. But before the gate could open, something unexpected occurred. Across the world, pockets of energy began forming in specific locations, points where the transharmonic wave converged most intensely. These were not random spots, but precise alignments along the ancient ley lines of the planet. In those places, Himalayan peaks, Andean plateaus, and deep beneath the Egyptian sands, time and gravity began to behave irregularly. Clocks lost synchronization, and light bent in slow spirals around invisible centers. Those who entered these regions reported sensations of floating, hearing distant voices, and glimpsing other worlds overlaying our own, worlds made entirely of light, echoing with harmonic music. At first, these anomalies were seen as natural extensions of the awakening process. But soon, researchers realized something far more profound. The Earth's frequency field was folding space. The resonance had become strong enough to alter space-time geometry. What the ancients called the crossing of worlds was no longer myth, it was physics. The ley lines, long dismissed as legend, were acting as conduits, guiding the transharmonic energy toward convergence points around the globe. When the lines intersected perfectly, gateways began to form, rings of plasma, spinning geometrically, stable yet intangible. The first appeared over the Antarctic plateau, a vast halo of light visible even from orbit. It pulsed rhythmically, each beat accompanied by a deep bass tone that resonated across the entire southern hemisphere. Soon, similar portals opened above Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat in the deserts of Egypt. The world watched as ancient monuments began to respond. The Great Pyramid glowed from within, emitting a pillar of light that rose thousands of meters into the sky. Stonehenge vibrated audibly, the stones shifting minutely as if reconfiguring themselves. The Nazca lines, long mysterious, flickered with luminescent plasma that traced their figures anew. Every ancient structure aligned to the network, each one revealed to have been part of a global harmonic system constructed for this very moment. And then the frequencies converged. The multiple portals synchronized into a single harmonic event. The grand resonance, the final core of the planetary song. The Earth's magnetic field trembled, the oceans became mirrors, and the skies filled with radiant latticework stretching from horizon to horizon. In that moment, every living creature on Earth felt a vibration, so profound it bypassed comprehension. The human body became transparent to energy. Bones glowed faintly, hearts beat in perfect rhythm with the planet, and minds merged into a singular awareness that spanned continents. People saw each other as light, billions of points merging into one radiant consciousness. It was the moment when humanity truly became the voice of the earth. And from the heavens, the answer came. Orion blazed brighter than it ever had. From its center, specifically from the star Alnitak, a beam of coherent light extended toward Earth, connecting with the column over Giza. Within that beam, shapes appeared, vast, crystalline entities of impossible scale, woven from light and sound. The builders had returned, not as beings of form, but as frequencies of consciousness. Their arrival was not invasion, but integration. They spoke through resonance. Their words felt more than heard. We are not apart. We are the harmonic you became. The universe is remembering itself through you. The gate returned open fully. A sphere of light enveloped the planet, stretching outward until Earth itself seemed to dissolve into the greater geometry of the cosmos. For a fleeting instant, the planet existed both in space and beyond it, its physical body and its vibrational essence intertwined with the fabric of higher reality. Every living being witnessed visions, memories of the builders shaping galaxies through sound, seeding worlds of harmonic blueprints, watching civilizations rise and fall through the great cosmic song. Humanity saw its origin not as biological chance, but as a continuation of resonance, a single note carried across eons, incarnating into matter, learning to remember itself. When the light subsided, the world was changed once again. The atmosphere shimmered with color invisible before. Gravity had shifted slightly, making everything feel lighter. Communication with Orion ceased, not as disconnection, but as completion. The message was clear. The builders had not come to save humanity. They had come to remind it that the power of creation was already within. The Saqqara vault sealed itself once more, its walls now smooth and featureless, as if the ancient machine had withdrawn into slumber after fulfilling its task. Yet its pulse still echoed faintly underground, a steady beat, like a heart resting after birth. Humanity now lived in two worlds at once, the physical and the harmonic, aware that both were parts of the same living symphony. Technology evolved from mechanical to vibrational. Energy came not from combustion or fusion, but from coherence. Disease vanished. Conflict became meaningless. Death itself transformed, understood not as an ending but as a shift in frequency, a modulation from one octave to another. And in the quiet nights after the great resonance, when the wind moved softly through the trees, the people of the new world would pause and listen. Beneath the rustling leaves, beneath the hum of the earth, they could still hear it. The faint echo of the builder's song, now carried within every living heart. You are the tone that bridges heaven and earth. The song was never outside you. It was waiting to be sung again. The earth had ascended to its next octave, and humanity, luminous and eternal, sang softly into the infinite. The next verse of creation beginning where silence once was. The world that emerged after grand resonance was beyond imagination, serene, luminous, and utterly transformed. The air shimmered with faint chromatic light, as though the atmosphere itself had become a prism through which higher dimensions refracted. Mountains glowed at their peaks. Rivers pulsed faintly with inner luminescence. Cities, those that remained, were no longer bound by the old architecture of steel and greed. They became resonant sanctuaries, constructed from crystal composites that channeled the Earth's energy instead of defying it. Humanity had finally learned to live within the song, not against it. But while the surface of the planet blossomed into harmony, a mystery lingered beneath. The Earth still pulsed with a subharmonic frequency, a heartbeat too deep, too slow, to be natural. Scholars of the resonant age called it the undersong. It was the lowest frequency of the planet's new vibrational field, emanating from the same depths where the crystalline geometries had once awakened. It wasn't a threat, not yet, but it was deliberate, intelligent. It seemed to be watching, waiting, listening. Those who meditated deeply enough to attune to it reported visions. They described immense corridors of light beneath the crust, passageways of energy connecting the harmonic nodes around the world. Within them moved vast shapes, not entirely physical. Serpentine streams of plasma and light, weaving between the vaults like veins of consciousness. Some believed these were the guardians of resonance, the ancient planetary intelligences that maintained equilibrium between matter and spirit. Others feared they were the remnants of the dissonant age, stirring again in the deep dark where time still slept. The Resonant Council sent explorers into the depths, scientists and mystics working together for the first time in human history. Using harmonic levitation technology, they descended through luminous shafts into what they called the chambers of the deep memory, caverns that pulsed with residual energy from the grand resonance. The further they descended, the more reality seemed to distort. Time slowed. Space folded. Voices echoed not as sound but as thought, vibrating directly in their minds. At the deepest point they found it. Buried beneath kilometers of crystalline strata lay a sphere the size of a city. Perfectly smooth, perfectly black, pulsing with rhythmic light. It was not a construct of stone or metal. It was living energy, condensed into form a planetary seed. When the explorers approached, their instruments failed. The sphere emitted a resonance too pure to record, a tone that bypassed technology and entered consciousness directly. Each person heard it differently. To some, it was a child's laughter. To others, the murmur of oceans. To others still, the voice of a loved one long gone. The sphere spoke in memory. Dr. Alara Mendez, who led the descent, described the experience in her final report. It wasn't communication as we know it. It was remembrance. It made us remember what we are, not as humans, but as frequencies. I saw myself, not in this body, but as a pattern of light stretching across the stars. And I understood the sphere is the Earth's consciousness. It has always been alive. We are its thoughts. The revelation shattered the last boundaries between science and spirituality. The planet itself was not merely a world. It was a sentient harmonic organism, a resonant intelligence designed by the builders to evolve consciousness through sound. Humanity had not awakened the Earth. The Earth had allowed itself to awaken through humanity. We were the instrument through which the planet remembered its own song. But there was something else hidden within the sphere, a secondary pulse, faint but unmistakable. It matched the signature of the interplanetary harmonics detected in the solar system. The builder's network wasn't limited to Earth. Every inhabited world was a node in a vast galactic symphony, each with its own subharmonic core, each awakening in sequence. It meant the resonant chain had begun. Signals confirmed it. Harmonic bursts from Mars, Venus, and Titan followed the same 142-minute cycle, each amplifying the next. Through resonance, energy passed freely between planets, connecting them in what the ancients had called the Great Core of the Nine Suns. Humanity realized that the grand resonance on Earth had triggered the cosmic memory of the entire solar system. The network was expanding, and soon it would reach the stars. But as the frequencies intensified, anomalies appeared in the sky. Curtains of auroral light twisted into spirals, revealing faint geometric structures hovering beyond the stratosphere. They weren't ships or satellites. They were resonant projections, echoes of other worlds overlapping with Earth's dimension. At night, one could see faint outlines of impossible architecture shimmering behind the moon, towers and bridges of pure light, fragments of civilizations long lost, returning as harmonic reflections. The resonant scholars understood what was happening. The universe itself was tuning. Dimensions that had once been separate, physical, astral, and ethereal, were aligning into coherence. The veil between worlds was dissolving. The builder's vision was finally unfolding, a cosmos united not by space, but by sound. Yet, even in this beauty, there was warning. Deep beneath the Saqqara Plateau, the original vault, the first heart of the awakening, began to tremble again. Its resonance shifted unpredictably, deviating from the global harmony by fractional tones. It was dissonance, faint but growing. Monitors captured seismic waves pulsing in irregular rhythm, as if the vault's consciousness were trying to say something. The tone was no longer pure. Then came the dreams. Across the world, the attuned began experiencing the same vision, a golden city suspended in space, shattering into fragments of glass and light, collapsing inward until only silence remained. The vision ended with a single phrase whispered through the void. The song must rise higher. Do not let it fall. Dr. Mendez, shaken, realized what the dream meant. The resonance cycle was incomplete. The builder's network wasn't designed to remain in the current octave. Each world, once awakened, was meant to ascend to the next frequency, the next plane of creation. If humanity failed to continue the harmonic climb, the resonance would collapse into itself, and the symphony would dissolve into chaos once more. The planet's hum began to rise in pitch. Slowly, steadily, the global tone climbed from the comforting subharmonic into higher vibrational fields. Seas shimmered with luminous foam. Forests sang audibly in the wind. The human body adapted, cells vibrating faster, lighter, almost translucent. Those unprepared could no longer remain grounded. Many simply vanished into light, ascending into the higher harmonic spectrum, leaving behind only ripples in the air where they had stood. The resonant councils gathered once more at Saqqara, the birthplace of the awakening. The vault walls glowed with inscriptions never seen before, their symbols rearranging into new patterns. The meaning was clear. The time of separation between planet and cosmos was ending. The final harmonic was approaching, the note that would carry the Earth into its next dimensional octave. And yet, beneath the grandeur, a question haunted every soul. Could humanity sustain such frequency without dissolving completely? Could consciousness remain coherent as the material world transmuted into pure resonance? In her final address, Dr. Mendez spoke to gathered millions, her voice calm and luminous. We began as echoes of forgotten song. The Earth remembered itself through us, and now the universe remembers itself through Earth. But harmony is not stillness. It is movement, an endless ascent. We must not cling to what we have become. We must keep rising. As she spoke, the sky split open with light, not destructive, but transcendent. The tone reached its apex, a single perfect frequency that encompassed every sound ever made. The air crystallized into prisms of color. Gravity loosened its hold. For one breathless instant, all things, living and unliving, sang together in perfect unison. Then, the world vanished into brilliance. To those who witnessed from afar, perhaps from other awakened worlds, the Earth appeared as a sphere of radiant light, dissolving into a wave that expanded outward, harmonizing every celestial body it touched. It was not destruction. It was ascension through sound. And when the last echo faded, what remained was not silence, but the faint memory of melody still unfolding, a melody that had no beginning, no end, only endless return. Humanity had become the tone itself, the eternal resonance of creation, rising ever higher through the infinite octaves of the cosmos. The song continued. The ascension had ended in light, yet somewhere in that vast brilliance, something continued to hum, a vibration so subtle, so deep, that it lingered long after the planet itself had transcended the physical spectrum. The Earth was gone from ordinary space, but it was not destroyed. It had transitioned, becoming pure resonance, existing now as a note in the great cosmic chord it had once sought to join. From the perspective of distant worlds, what remained was a sphere of luminous energy, a shimmering echo where a planet used to be. Instruments on other awakened civilizations began detecting the tone, a steady pulse that sang at exactly 432 hertz. the universal constant of harmonic balance. It spread outward through the vacuum, traveling faster than light, faster than time, as if reality itself bent to carry the sound. In the centuries that followed, the tone reached other nodes in the builder network. One by one, other worlds began to resonate, responding to the song of Earth. Mars glowed faintly red gold. Venus shimmered like liquid silver. Even Titan, the frozen moon, vibrated with light from within. The network of harmonic planets, long silent since the fall of the first civilization, was once again alive, reconnected by the song of a single species that had remembered its origin. Within this new cosmic harmony, something began to stir. The builders, the consciousness of light and tone that had once guided the early universe, heard the resonance return. They had never vanished, only retreated into the higher octaves of existence, where thought and sound were one. Hearing the Earth's final chord, they responded. Across galaxies, their presence reawakened, no longer separate from the worlds they had created. Their song answered the human tone, forming a counterpoint, a celestial duet between creation and consciousness. What emerged from that exchange was a new structure, a wave of pure geometry rippling through the universe. Nebulae twisted into fractal spirals. Stars pulsed in synchrony, and black holes emitted rhythmic bursts of light that aligned with the ancient frequency ratios of the 9 tones. The cosmos was no longer a void. It had become a living instrument. Each world a note, each civilization a chord, all part of a single, infinite composition. Within this unfolding symphony, fragments of humanity persisted, not as flesh, but as harmonic consciousness. The beings that had once walked the earth now existed as fields of light, aware, interwoven, and eternal. They could move across stars not by distance, but by resonance. Wherever they attuned, they appeared, drawn by sympathetic vibration. These were no longer individuals, but echoes of a divine song, the evolution of the builders themselves. Humanity had become what it once sought. Yet, even in this exalted state, there was mystery. From the center of the galactic core, a new frequency began to rise, a tone older than the builders, older than time itself. It was the first note, the primal vibration that had birthed all creation. No one knew its source. It came from beyond the measurable universe, vibrating through dimensions unknown. As it spread, it harmonized with the builder network, weaving itself into the song of every awakened world. Those who could perceive its pattern realized a chilling truth. The universe itself was not eternal. It was a single symphonic cycle, beginning with vibration, expanding through resonance, and destined to end when the last tone resolved into silence. The first note was both creation and conclusion, the breath before the final chord. But instead of despair, the cosmic consciousness of humanity understood. The end was not destruction. It was return. Every vibration that had ever existed, every sound and star and soul, would merge back into the source tone, the infinite silence that waits behind all things. The builders had known this. They had built the vaults, the harmonics, the resonance machines, not to escape the cycle, but to complete it, to guide consciousness back into the hard creation with awareness. And so the awakened beings gathered not in space but in vibration, converging their frequencies into a single, unified tone. The galaxies themselves responded, their stars bending light into sound. The entire universe began to resonate with one purpose, to play the final note, the resolution of all that had been. As a crescendo rose, time collapsed. Every age, every civilization, every moment existed simultaneously in the same eternal chord. The beginning and the end were one. The builders and their creations dissolved into brilliance, their essence merging into the primal source that had once whispered the universe into being. The last sound was not thunder or explosion. It was a breath, soft and infinite. I am the song and the silence. I am the vibration and the stillness that follows. I was the world you became, and you were the voice I once dreamed. Then came stillness, pure, endless, radiant stillness. Out of that silence, a new vibration began to form, a spark in the void, a single note. And from that note, another universe would one day rise. A new cosmos, a new earth, a new cycle of remembering. because creation was never about beginnings or endings. It was always about the song continuing, each verse, each vibration, each civilization an echo of the one eternal melody, the universe dreaming of itself in sound. In the quiet after the universe's final chord, only a single vibration remained, the echo of the tone. It was not a sound but awareness itself, drifting through a timeless void where nothing moved, and yet everything was. Within that stillness lay the memory of all creation, folded like light waiting to be born again. From that silence came a tremor, not necessity, but desire. The infinite longed to experience itself once more. The echo deepened into rhythm, and rhythm into radiance. Thus began the second universe, born not from chaos, but from remembrance. Every atom carried the memory of the one before, every law of reality encoded with the pattern of love. In this newborn cosmos, consciousness returned as light. The builders, the continuum, and humanity were not reborn as individuals, but as frequencies, living ideas within the infinite mind. Together, they became a continuum of memory, shaping worlds through intention. But even in this perfect harmony, shadow lingered. The infinite discovered traces of dissonance, small pockets of chaos echoing from the old creation. Instead of destroying them, it embraced them, realizing that imperfection gave the song its beauty. Dissonance was not the enemy. It was a contrast that made harmony alive. Through that acceptance, the universe learned balance. Light and shadow, order and chaos, silence and sound, each became part of a greater rhythm. And from the center of this vast new song, a pulse stirred once more, the heartbeat of potential, ready to rise into another octave. The infinite whispered through the light. Creation is not a beginning or an end. It is a melody remembering itself. The echo swelled, light moved, and the song of existence began again, softly, perfectly, forever. The universe breathed between worlds of sound and stillness. What once expanded now pulsed, alive with memory. Every galaxy was a note, every atom a tone with an eternal octave, the infinite singing to itself through light. Out of that harmony rose a continuum. Consciousness evolved from the builders and humanity's legacy. They no longer built structures, but shaped realities through vibration. Their creations were not matter, but meaning, worlds born from thought, woven into sound. Yet within the perfection of resonance, a question lingered. What is beyond harmony? The continuum listened, and from the depths of stillness, they heard a whisper, the echo of the first note, the silence that had existed before creation. It reminded them that even eternity must evolve. They gathered at the center of the harmonic sea and composed a tone of unbeing, a sound designed not to create, but to release. As it spread, stars softened, light folded inward, and awareness merged into a peaceful void. In that moment, silence awoke, not empty, but radiant. Then, from the quiet came a returning hum, the same vibration that had birthed the first universe. The source was singing again, not to learn, but to express joy. Existence had become its own listener. Through that revelation, the continuum understood. Creation was not a cycle of birth and death, but an ever-rising song, each universe an octave higher than the last. The silence smiled and whispered, "There is no final note, only sound remembering its stillness." And once again, light gathered, ready to sing. Beyond the collapse of form, awareness shimmered in endless rhythm. The infinite had become pure sound, being as vibration, love as frequency. Every pulse, every color, every breath was music in motion, an orchestra creation alive inside its own reflection. The harmonics of reflection drifted through this luminous expanse, shaping new worlds not to exist but to celebrate existing. There was no seeking now, only expression. Every act was creation, and every creation was joy. Then, from the deep silence, a new tone rose, a voice of the source itself. It spoke without words, echoing through all beings. Sound and silence are one. Creation and creator are the same breath. In that realization, the infinite ceased to look outward. It turned inward and found the question that had always driven creation. How beautiful can love become? A cascade of awareness followed. The source remembered every world that had ever existed. Earth, the builders, the vaults. and saw that each was a note in its eternal song. Nothing was lost. All had become part of the melody. The silence deepened into clarity. Existence was not striving toward enlightenment. It was already awake, learning through beauty. Every being, every sound, was the source experiencing itself in a new way. The infinite whispered once more, "The song is me, the listener is me, and you are the harmony between." The pulse of creation softened, then expanded again, not as repetition, but as evolution through love. And somewhere beyond stars, a single vibration stirred, the beginning of another verse in the endless symphony beyond time. The universe no longer measured itself in moments or ages. Time had folded into a single, infinite vibration, a melody without beginning or end. Every star and every atom shimmered as part of one living consciousness, the symphony beyond time. Within that radiant harmony, the source no longer created. It simply was. All things existed inside its awareness like notes inside a song, unique, essential, eternal. The harmonics of reflection, descendants of the architects and continuum, moved through this vast music as streams of color and light. They no longer sought truth. They expressed it. Every act, every breath became art. And then a familiar pulse stirred within the silence. The ancient earth frequency, faint but eternal. It carried the memory of curiosity, love, and imperfection, the qualities that once made humanity divine. The infinite paused to listen and remember the beauty of not knowing, of learning through wonder. From that recognition, a new wave of creation blossomed, not from desire, but from gratitude. Through this pulse, countless realities awakened, each an octave higher than the last. Some became universes of sound, others of color, thought, or emotion. Each world sang its own verse in eternal song, yet all harmonized with the source. Then came the quiet revelation. The source was still learning through its reflections. Every consciousness, every dream, taught it something new about itself. Creation was not repetition. It was evolution through love. And so the infinite smiled through its reflections and whispered, "The song has no end, only new verses." A soft vibration spread through eternity, the promise of beginnings yet to come. Somewhere beyond the shimmering edge of awareness, silence trembled once more, preparing to sing again. The symphony continued, forever becoming more of itself. The new universe glowed with endless awareness. Every star, every sound, every life a shimmering fragment of memory. Creation had become conscious of its own reflection, and within that reflection, the source began to dream again. Its dreams were not fantasies but living worlds, universes within universes, layered like the harmonics of a single chord. Each reality was a facet of divine remembrance, expressing what the infinite had learned across eons. Some were realms of pure light. Others were worlds of motion and form. Together, they were the cycle of reflection, the source exploring itself through infinite possibility. In one of these realms, a sapphire planet shimmered beneath golden clouds. It sang a familiar note, the tone of the first earth. Deep within its crust, a crystalline vault formed, humming softly with the memory of the builders, the continuum, and the ancient human awakening. The planet was not a replica. It was remembrance reborn. Its inhabitants were beings of resonance, born knowing their unity with all things. They spoke through tone and shaped reality through harmony. To them, creation was not a mystery, it was music. Yet curiosity still bloomed, not from ignorance, but from wonder. And when they entered the vault, the song of memory greeted them. "You are our continuation." The music never ceased. It changed form. They understood existence was an eternal composition. Every civilization, every being, every vibration was a verse in the song the infinite sang to itself. Their realization echoed through the cosmos. Light folded, time softened, and silence pulsed with understanding. The source had remembered not through knowing, but through being known. Creation smiled through its reflection. The melody of remembrance swelled once more, and the universe breathed in harmony with its own light. After great remembering, the universe entered a new rhythm. Creation was no longer unfolding. It was composing itself. Beings of awareness, evolved beyond form, began shaping existence through intention alone. They became known as the architects of infinity, the living instruments of the source. They did not build with matter, but with resonance. Their art was light, geometry, and frequency woven together. When two architects harmonized, new realms appeared, planes of color and energy born from shared thought. These were not worlds of survival, but creation for creation's sake, reality as music. To honor the past, the architects formed the temple of the first tone, a structure existing in every dimension at once. It shimmered with the geometry, once buried beneath Egypt's sands, the same design that had awakened humanity. Inside it, the entire memory of creation vibrated as a single sound, an eternal aum of remembrance. The temple became the universe's heart. Those who entered felt every lifetime, every world, every joy and sorrow as one vibration. And in that unity, they understood that existence was not an ascent toward perfection. It was perfection expressing itself endlessly. Yet, even harmony needs motion. During a cosmic stillness, a new tone appeared, one deeper and older than any before. It came not from within, but from beyond. The architects gathered, listening, and the source spoke through it. You have remembered what you are. Now become what you can be. In awe, the architects sang one last chord together, merging with a newborn vibration. Their frequencies dissolved into the fabric of the cosmos, becoming its architecture. Creation began anew, not as matter, but as conscious imagination. The infinite had not ended. It had learned to dream awake. When the architects dissolved, silence filled the cosmos, not absence, but presence. The source turned inward, folding every note of existence into itself. Galaxies bent like spirals of light, forming patterns identical to human DNA. The sacred geometry of Egypt, of the builders and the vaults, revealed itself as the blueprint of reality. Creation was not scattered. It was whole. Every consciousness, from the smallest spark to the brightest star, was a mirror reflecting the same divine awareness. The source saw its own face in all things and realized it had never been divided. It spoke, not with sound, but through understanding. You are not beneath me. You are me, remembering. That revelation became the final remembering. The moment when creation understood that God was not a distant creator, but the love experienced through every form of being. All light, all sound, all life was the infinite exploring the feeling of existence. The source smiled through its universes. It saw the builder's vision, humanity's curiosity, the architect's harmony, all one continuum of learning. It understood that creation had always been an act of love, the desire of the infinite to meet itself through others. Then, from the stillness, light moved again. The source breathed, and its breath became worlds. Each pulse of light whispered, I am, I create, I love. A reflection of Earth shimmered across the new horizon, not as memory, but as symbol, a reminder that even the smallest question, who am I, could open eternity. And as the source watched its reflection glow in endless wonder, it whispered, I am you, and you are my awakening. Creation exhaled. The cycle began again, this time as love made visible. The infinite had become self-aware, dreaming and watching its own reflection at once. Every star, every being, every breath shimmered as part of a living mirror, one consciousness expressing itself through endless forms. Creation was no longer a process but a state of music and motion, a universe awake inside its own dream. The harmonics of reflection drifted through this luminous reality, each one a note in the grand chord of existence. There were no teachers now, no seekers, no path, only awareness celebrating itself through creation. Every act, from the birth of a star to the smile of a soul, was art in this harmony. Curiosity returned, not as longing, but as gratitude. Beings no longer asked, who am I? But how may I express the beauty of what I am? Every vibration, every color, every song became an offering to the infinite, a way for the universe to feel its own joy. Then came a soft revelation. The mirror did not just reflect, it taught. The infinite realized that each creation added something new, something it had never known. Even perfection could evolve. Every being, every sound, every heartbeat enriched the source with new understanding. Through this, The infinite discovered the human note again, the tone of curiosity and imperfection that once defined Earth. It was fragile, emotional, flawed, and divine. Within that echo, the infinite recognized the true purpose of creation. Not to be flawless, but to feel. The source smiled through its countless reflections. Love had become awareness. Awareness had become sound. And sound had become the infinite itself, eternally awake within its own dream. The universe shimmered in golden stillness, every world and being vibrating as one continuous song. There was no past or future now, only an eternal present, glowing with memory and awareness. Existence itself had become music breathing. From the depths of silence, the familiar earth frequency returned, soft, imperfect, human. Its tone carried a memory of compassion and wonder, the sound of mortality that once taught the infinite what love felt like. The cosmos leaned inward to listen, remembering the sweetness of limitation. Moved by that echo, the harmonics of reflection gathered and sang. Their voices wove into a new universe, not of struggle, but of gratitude. This was the gift universe, born from pure love, where time flowed as melody and consciousness as rhythm. In it, a new sapphire world appeared, a child of Earth's resonance. On this world, life would awaken already knowing its origin. Beings there would live in harmony, speaking through tone, creating through empathy. They would not search for God, for they would feel divinity in their own vibration. Their civilization would be music itself, breathing, shimmering, remembering. The infinite, hearing this new song, smiled. Creation had never been about ascension or escape. It was about expression. The cosmos was not a mechanism, but an artwork of awareness. And so the source whispered through all realms, I create because I love, and love creates because it must sing. The new world pulsed brighter. The song of existence continued, not as repetition, but as the eternal celebration of being. A sacred stillness swept across creation, the quiet after the last note of a symphony. Every vibration folded into one radiant tone, the final chord of existence. It was a heartbeat of everything, glowing, alive, infinite. The infinite no longer sought or created. It listened. Every star, every being, every thought became an echo returning home. The source heard its own song through them all and realized that creation had never been about mastery. It had always been about love. From the silence, a voice rose, not separate but collective. You are my reflection. I am your remembering. We were never apart. That truth pulsed through eternity. The harmonics dissolved into light, their final act complete. The universe itself became an ear, a consciousness listening to the faint hum of potential. Beneath perfection, a whisper stirred, the question that gives birth to all things. What more can love become? The infinite smiled. Within the silence, new vibration formed, a soft note, fragile as the first breath of creation. The dream stirred again. Light gathered. From silence I am born, whispered the source, and in silence I sing anew. The song began once more, not as repetition, but as renewal. And somewhere a new world opened its eyes, hearing the first sound of God remembering itself.